It is my pleasure to introduce to our MC for the Piktale Influencer Summit, Ms. Jyoti Verma, industry expert from travel and hospitality industry. It is our pleasure to have her today with us. We welcome Ms. Jyoti Verma to the session. Over to you, Ms. Jyoti.
Thank you, Kanti. That's really nice of you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Different zones, different people. I am so happy to be with all of you today to welcome you for the Piktale Influencers Summit. So Piktale is all about, what's Piktale? So we have, Piktale is a unique social media platform primarily. It's designed to protect your privacy. Today, all of you are on a lot of social media. So what's so different about Piktale? So we here to be, I would appreciate if we all can have a one minute silence for our COVID warriors and some of the loved ones that we have lost around this time. So can we just go on 1 minute silence and pray for their souls and the goodwill that they have done for us? Thank you, everybody. So let's carry on with the thing. So today, what are we having here? Put across a very interesting sessions about what's happening in the digital social media. Along with that, we are also awarding some of the influencers who have made these differences for us to make it easier. So what is all about Piktale? Piktale is a unique social media platform primarily designed to protect the privacy and security of the users. At the same time, it gives you and each one of us the freedom to share our space, each one's space and their lives. It also has a unique reward-based systems. So it's just not only a normal thing. As you use, you also get rewarded for it, where this user gets an opportunity to earn while socializing. So isn't that nice? So whatever you want to say to the world today, yes, and you also make some rewards because of that. So Piktale has organized a grand award ceremony today for the first time to mark its beginning of its public launch. So we are just live going today, and this Piktale Influencers Award is unique recognition giving to almost 100 eminent personalities over the day for the contribution in the various fields. So with this, with no much ado, I would like to take you to a brief video about Piktale. Could we have the video on, please?
Introducing, for the first time ever, Piktale, India's first full-fledged privacy-focused social media platform. Now enjoy privacy and freedom with the most secure platform. Piktale values privacy and gives out a totally new experience of sharing emotions just with the desired one. Facing privacy issues on all the existing platforms. Don't worry, Piktale presents you Piktale Profile, an intelligent profile in various ways that you can manage every space of your life, that is close friends, family, work, etc. Getting connected on Piktale is super easy. Piktale lets you enjoy every space of your life. It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values your connected friends lies in which circle of your life. No need to discard your feelings anymore. Create posts on Piktale. Just Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also publish your articles or share blogs with our amazing Create mode. Always keeps you updated with your friends. Enjoy real-time super-fast and encrypted Piktale Messenger. Piktale Messenger brings you high user experience as well as simplified clean design. Launching for the first time brand new emoji set with tons of newly untold expressions. Piktale Messenger supports media sharing, GIF, voice notes with built-in with a smooth editor. Nudge your friends just on a single click. Bring them on for never-ending chats. Introducing Chat Boosters that never lets you run out of topics and eases you to continue chatting with your favorite ones. For the first time ever providing high-end analytics to organic users. Analytics will help to drive the organic profiles into so many different directions, always keeping you updating one among your groups. Now become an influencer among your friends. High-end engaging analytics to take your experience to a newer level with Piktale. Improvisation analytics to improve your profile visibility with various AI-powered recommendations. Introducing Piktale Rewards. Piktale Rewards lets you earn reward points for using and engaging more and more with Piktale. Get instant reward credits. Easily redeemable. No other platform gives you reward points on using social media platforms. Piktale is the first of this kind, changing the way of using social media. Socialize, connect and earn at the same time with Piktale Rewards. Specific traditions, cultures and events with high privacy. Now become the essence of your culture with Piktale. Piktale helps and supports. Piktale brings you motion filters, high-end design filters to unleash endless creativity with your stills and videos. Turn any of your stills into amazing creative videos and share it with your friends. There are tons of motion filters available in the Piktale filter marketplace that too for free. Enjoy the mesmerizing experience of Piktale and thank you.
Wow. Wasn't that interesting? At least personally, I thought this is amazing. It becomes much easier for someone like me who always messes up putting up things. I think this is really controlled way of working without people knowing what exactly are we doing at the background. With this, who is the family behind this? Who are the people who were the inspirations with that? So in brief, I would like to say that it's Mr. Ashutosh Rai Chowdhury as a founder and Mr. Mahavir Sharma as a co-founder, who was supported and mentored and advised by Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti and Mr. Ajit Chowdhury. They have all got their brains together with the team of Piktale to come across with this amazing product, which all of us are it's going to become such an important point of our lives. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti to say a few words about his journey behind the Piktale's success that we're seeing today. Welcome, Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti. Could you please add a few sentences to our viewers out there?
Thank you, Jyoti. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a lovely introduction of Piktale. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ashutosh and the entire Piktale family. So we call it Piktale family for this grand launch and the event ceremony. And I'm really delighted to be part of this unique startup, okay, and this unique product. So Piktale as a startup, it is unique in many sense. Same for the Piktale app or the social media platform. So I would like to feature list of those. So it is a comprehensive designing the platform. So while designing the platform, again, we went to some of the very, very eminent architects to understand like how we can make this platform a robust and a scalable kind of a platform. So during this journey, there are a lot of people, experts in their own area. They were helping us in different ways. So I would also like to thank all those people who have today, we have got a very beautiful platform. So I talk to my friends, I talk to my colleagues, and now what I saw is everybody is talking that the design of the Piktale is so beautiful, so elegant, and so simple from the front end. So idea was like we'll give all the burden to the back end of the application. We'll try to make the front end as simple as possible. Like if you see now some of the existing platforms, social media platforms, I would not for them to identify like the different features that are available there. So they are essentially bombarded with many features. So that we wanted to reduce here in Piktale. We wanted to give all the responsibilities to our backend intelligence system and wanted to make the front end as simple, as user-friendly as possible. So that was the first thing. Now, why we call it a first full-fledged privacy-focused Indian social media platform? So there is a reason behind that. So the vision for this platform was to bring it's kind of a revolution in the Indian social media platform is the privacy. At the same time, it has got many other features, unique features, which are not available in any of the social media platforms. So I would like to touch upon some of those features. Number one is authenticity score. Social media, it is flooded with fake users and fake accounts. Okay, and essentially they can do they can run any kind of propaganda. They can do any kind of criminal activities. They can do any kind of antisocial activities using these fake accounts. So now coming to Piktale, it is impossible to be there fake in the platform for a long time. So of course you can create a fake account in Piktale, but it will be difficult for you to sustain in Piktale platform as a fake account, because we have got a unique feature which is called authenticity score. So looking at different aspects of your behavior, how you behave within the platform. But whenever you are sending a friend request to the other person will be able to see your authenticity score. And if he finds the authenticity score satisfactory, then only he will be able to accept, he will be accepting his connection. Okay, so this is a feature which is going forward, will make Piktale social media platform free from any kind of fake profiles. Number two, coming to the privacy, which is like our signature. So privacy is the core of Piktale platform. The platform is designed in such a way that all your privacy needs are being taken care of. So you need not have to maintain multiple profiles, okay, just to address the different audience groups or different space of your life. Within one intelligent profile, you can essentially control where my post is going to and who will be able to see my post, okay, which is very, very unique, and no other platform gives this kind of facility. Because the whole system is completely powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning models. So many of the things, unique things which you see are being controlled by our machine learning models, which are available in this particular platform. We claim it as a regional platform, Indian platform. So we should respect all the regional cultures, languages, and all other things that are our signature in India, you can say. So that is why we have given an emphasis on essentially the regional aspect into the platform. So you can write an article in Odia, or our built-in editor will help you into that things. Coming to the rewards system, so this is the first of its kind social media platform, which is actually which will give the users some kind of reward while using this platform. So I'm not going Piktale platform. There is a very, very intelligent rules engine powered by, again, artificial intelligence, which decides, depending on your behavior in the platform, it will start giving you reward points. Okay, and these reward points essentially you can redeem. Okay, while purchasing anything on the brands, so probably Flipkart or Amazon, who are running their ads into the Piktale platform. Now, coming to another very, I would say, unique feature is the Piktale Messenger. Okay, so Piktale Messenger is a very, very secure kind of messenger. So we have taken care of all kind of security while communicating with the others using Piktale platform. So your all data in rest and in transit are completely safe, completely encrypted. Second thing is, in the Piktale Messenger, we have got unique features like chat booster. So many times it happens that we run out of topic while talking to a friend or any person. Okay, so Piktale Messenger will start recommending you different kind of topics so that you can smoothly continue your chat. Also, it will help you in essentially overcoming your language barrier. Okay, so somebody probably, I'm not good at very good at Marathi. Okay, I can understand Marathi. I can speak a little bit, but while writing, I'm not very good at Marathi. But what Piktale Messenger is going to give is, it start giving me, when I start just by click, this is another unique facility, video chat. Okay, while chatting, people will be able to see your face. Okay, that is also a very, very unique feature in our platform. And all other features which are available in popular social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and a microblogging platform like Twitter, all are available in our Piktale social media platform. And because the credit goes to the study that we have done in the beginning, and the research paper, the thesis that came up, the 350 pages, all credit goes to that effort that the entire team, the research team of Piktale put at that point of time. Okay, so that's why it is a beautiful paper. So I've not talked much about the features. So there are many other features. But what I can say, Piktale is a very, very unique platform. It is not like 6 months ago somebody has thought something and they have built a product. No. So again, I would like to congratulate and thank the entire team of Piktale. I wish them, as an advisor or a mentor, a great success idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that was a good insight. Though I have been associated with you guys in the couple of weeks, but the way you explained today has got all my attention. And I'm sure our viewers also must be wondering, when can I download it for this session and thing? Before we do that, I would like to invite Mr. Mahavir Sharma, who is also a coach required in the thing and supported Ashutosh on his ideas. We would be more than. Mr. Mahavir Sharma, welcoming you to the event today.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. Great insights by Utpal. And I think it's pretty enlightening to see that I'm also part of this great enterprise. I remember meeting, 3 years ago, Ashutosh and his team about 3 years ago, and it was really good to see that they have come a long way and made a robust platform. And I'm quite happy with what has come about. Now, see the role, while Utpal was talking about all the nuances or all the features of this platform, I personally feel that this is not just an Indian platform. It is going to be a global platform. The reach of social media has no boundaries. Families live across continents. Friends are spread across the globe. And I think this will absolutely be virtually be possible for everyone to join in across the globe. And that is where our outreach model is. And I think the audience that is watching us today or have registered for this event while it's being live streamed is across the Indians at large, but other people also. The other unique feature that Utpal was talking about, which was regional languages. Now, this regional that we are doing, while the pilot, while the startup has initiated, done the proof of concept here locally in India, and we're working across it, but our goals, our outreach, our aim is to make it totally a global network. And I personally feel that the social media, communications, business through social media, marketing of corporates, marketing of products and services, bonus points that Utpal was talking about, or reward points, are all part of, so businesses will happen on social media. And that is where this tool, while you can have your private section different, you can have a commercial side where all these deals are being offered, and you can choose what deals you want to be offered or what you don't want to be offered. And the AI and ML at the back end will work with you to see you love to buy, let's say, electronic equipments. And that is where the success of this model in terms of revenue, in terms of growth, and in terms of partnership with the business side of it will happen. And that's where I think this will be a great thing coming out of India, going globally, working and collaborating with each and every citizen of the world, each and every company of the world. I think this will be a great platform, and I'm so proud and glad to be associated with it. I really, once again, would like to congratulate the entire team to have built this. I wish everyone a great success. I strongly feel that all of you listening to this should download this, play with this, give us suggestions, and it's a very, very interactive communications channels that we have. Reach out to us through whatever mediums that you have, and we'd be happy to work with you and make this into a really very well integrated cross-border social platform, personal, business, and professional in whatever way shape or way that you want it to be. So thank you, everyone, and I look forward to the entire day's sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahavir Sharma. That was a good insight into the program. Now, without much ado, we would like to take you on to the other mentor and advisor, Mr. Abhijit Chowdhury, who has also been with the journey with Piktale and contributing through that. Mr. Abhijit Chowdhury, could we have your views? First of all, welcome to the...
For the short introduction. It was really good and much appreciate that. I feel the other members, Mahavir and Utpal, I think they have so nicely put across their thoughts about the Piktale and the social media. So I have very less to speak about, but I think I won't lose this opportunity to share my thoughts and my feelings about Piktale primarily, and social media as well, and the various topic of discussions that we have lined up for the rest of the day. So I got associated with Piktale a few years back, and what made my journey or bond with Piktale much stronger was the passion that the founders and each one of the Piktale family brings in, and the fresh idea that each one in the Piktale brings in, and which overall creates a positive energy all across. I think this summit is unique that Piktale family has planned today, in the sense of having come up with the idea of awarding eminent global personalities for the contribution in various fields and bring all of them in one platform. I think this is a very unique idea that I can think of. And it's an amazing opportunity for all of us here and to many others to hear them in one single platform. With the positive impact these influencers and personalities create on so many people, they very well deserve award And in fact, not one award, but many awards. And I think this particular summit, to recognize them, is very apt. So would like to add here, there has been immense effort that has gone behind planning and preparation of this full day summit, and which has multiple panel discussions that's running over the entire day with eminent global speakers sharing their thoughts on various important topics. I'm sure these discussions would be very enlightening for many of us here, and there would be many takeaways for all of us listening to these sessions. Coming to my experience with social media, just to give a quick background, I remember I got my first FB account created somewhere around 2008, 2009, and it was not. It was more of a to be part of the trend, right, and not to be left out. That was the feeling. And when I joined Facebook somewhere around 2008, 2009. And before that, it was Orkut, Google+, and definitely we had Yahoo and MSN Messenger. And there were other few social media platforms that were available. But if you look now, we have multiple. In today's world, social media platforms are much stronger and can influence us in many ways. So these platforms have now become more of a necessity for us. It has become a powerful tool we have today, which is used not only for disseminating information, but also to create opportunities around businesses, creating connections, networking, building knowledge, sharing real-time experiences, and many more. Just talk about it. There's so many things we can do on social media. I think it touches lives of many people, and in many more ways than it used to do earlier. However, I would like to add here, we also need to see how we can get the best out of these powerful platforms, how to use them sensibly and appropriately to our advantage. It's highly important that we create awareness and privacy and security awareness around cyber crimes, and also work towards strengthening our education programs to create awareness and knowledge at the ground level. I think every social media platform has that responsibility to ensure privacy and security of its users. I feel the social media platforms should be available in the hands of users more as enablers and a tool to build on our connections and express freely our thoughts. I think with this unique and interesting platforms. And with that thought, I would stop here and wish you all a great day, a day full of learnings and enhancing your knowledge. And now I'll hand over back to Jyoti. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was a real insight. And thank you for sharing exactly your experience, which is what has been a lot of our experiences on social media. With this, we have kind of had the family. So the whole recap of the introduction that I've understood about the whole thing is it's an agile product. We can have a regional touch on this. Regional languages are available. You can run your successful businesses on this. There are reward programs as you're running for that. This is basically a locally created product, but has the ability and the scalability and the intelligence and the depth to go to a global presence, reach out to as many people, scalable to the largest extent that we have not even imagined. And this program today is all about influencers, or the eminent people who have added to the journey of this digital media. So with that, we also have to thank the passion and the confidence that the end team of Piktale family had in creating such an agile and a good product. Wishing them best of luck and congratulating them on this, I would like to take to the next session. So before I go there, I just want to announce that we have a live broadcast from many handles thing. You can watch us on Facebook, you can watch us on Twitter, YouTube, websites. Also, we have had the well-wisher, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who has also shared his handles, the Twitter handle of his, the YouTube handle, the Facebook, LinkedIn, and also the Creating Talks YouTube. Not only that, he has also made us available for this session his book. Thank you so much, Mr. Shailendra, for your magnanimous offer. Whoever is registered here, you can download his book, Making Money Out of the Data, The Art and Science of Analytics by Mr. Shailendra Kumar. So with that, I would like to take us to the next journey. And before I do that, people who are watching there, if you're liking what you're seeing, please like and share further. We want more and more people to know what is a new thing that's coming on the media. So would request each one of you to like and share it further in your group so that we can expand and we can share this happy news to many more people. With that, I would like to thank one of another common person that from the show, from the digital journey, Mr. Amit Dev, who just does not need much of a ado to himself. He himself is he was a very, very senior tech industry expert who has been a guide, mentor to a lot of us. And out there, I'm sure each one of them have had debrief. He has also been advisor to a lot of government projects and things. With that, and today, sadly, because of certain personal reasons, he was not able to join us. Offering our condolences to Mr. Amit Dev, we would like to play a small video that it was very nice of him to record for us for this journey. Would appreciate if one of you could play this for me, please.
Good morning, friends. As we get connected now over this new medium called Piktale, which is a live broadcast, my mind races back many years on November 1982, when India first saw the color live telecast on the November as the Asian Games was inaugurated. And that was my first job as a professional in broadcast, in media, later on in digital, later on in deep tech and all new developments of technology. But to start with, 82 Asian Games was the turning point where the biggest market of color TV today received its first gift of color TV from the government of India, which initiated the first broadcast in our country. That is some 38 years back, and it was a major starting point of many new things to come. And it is also a place where everybody slowly realized there is something which is important called privacy. And the privacy is a key aspect for every user and every broadcaster, that we have arrived at this concern and this seriousness in the form of Piktale, where the privacy is kept utmost, and Piktale will uphold everybody's privacy, where everybody is given their own tunnel to connect to their own group of people. In between these years, we got so many new things. In fact, a spate of new things. Our country has been most, I would say, adaptive to get new technologies. We always came late, but we always came with latest. In India, I think this is a strong feeling that if the rest of the world has gone ahead and we have learned from them, we have adapted from them, we have made collaboration with them, joint venture with them, and brought in the technology, we must not look at how they all started years back or decade back. We must come to what they have reached at that moment of time. That's why in 1991, I was very happy to be the first Indian professional to insert the first tape in the first satellite TV channel called Asia Television Network. It was not from India, it was run from a teleport in Moscow of RSCC, Russian Satellite Corporation. But that was the only option and available to a private broadcaster. When I say the word private, within that two parenthesis quotes is that India never had a private broadcaster till 1991. Everything was controlled by public broadcaster and the government. So that was a major landmark in Indian history when a private company called Asia Television Network started the first private channel, and later on, year later, we started the first Indian language channel called Sun TV in Tamil, which was more powerful and more acceptable to audience in South India, as we found out in the subsequent years. In 94, I was fortunate to join Walt Disney and brought in ESPN, the first pay TV channel and pay TV sports channel of India. And it was again a turning point that India and Pakistan refused to play test matches in India. And we had to fly the teams to Canada and create a ESPN gained a tremendous popularity which was not available to the public at large in India and in Pakistan and in the rest of the world. Cricket is a game played in as many as 24 nations. But this rivalry or sense of competition between India and Pakistan was remarkable. And in ESPN, in Walt Disney headquarters, I could convince them to spend that money, which was a heavy money at that period of time in 94, to get the Sahara Cup done, to tell a new turning point again in 98-99, when I joined a company called Sahara India Group. And we brought in the first fully automated workflow from the camera in the ground to the transponder on the sky to every home connected through our cable or our connectivity system to be receiving a live signal with a fully controlled workflow, fully digital and fully captioned with all weather graphics, with everything that was there, with a virtual set on the background so that you can make the newsreader go from anywhere in the world into the virtual world and make the audience feel the power of connectivity and the power of virtual set technology. In that, a little later, many people came in, more channels came in, and all the successful Indian news channels of today had their people trained at our place. And I would be very happy to say over 300 news channels today are run by people who started their career at Noida News Center of Sahara TV, Sahara News. And we had 6 language channels going up through VSAT, through DSNG vans, through, don't need a teleport to uplink. You can uplink from a DSNG van, which was not a fact known. Today, India may have over a few thousand DSNG vans, and today maybe millions of actual reporters and stringers are using a shoulder pad or a new technology of mobile-based news consolidation and news distribution, where all the footages come into the news center and get seen by the people. But that is again another turning point where the nation enjoyed a high quality activity called broadband. And again, here I would take the freedom to say I had the chance of leading the first Indian broadband experiment on the 14th January of 2005. And it was just 7 days after the first broadband IPTV network was demonstrated in USA. No other country came in between. USA first on 7th January at the CES show in Vegas, and we with our Sankrant's Day in Bombay on MTNL broadband called Triband, running an IPTV project called Time Broadband to run the super success of India as a nation of content lovers, as the nation of largest content creators, to offer our content to the consumers with a screen-based selection of menu. That was called that time as video on demand. You can choose any content, you can go to any genre, you can go to any language and get that seen as and when you find time. It was not following the fixed point chart of a news channel, or it was not following the fixed point chart of a DTH. It was a flexible programming choice, another new term of FPC. And that became a rage in many countries, and that gave birth to something what everybody today talks about in media called OTT, over the top, because the over the top goes beyond the internal distribution channels and technology. It is a content coming directly from the content creator or content aggregator like Netflix and others, going to the customer straight. Customer is paying directly to the user, and all the workflow where the content flows in are actually participating in a active and a passive mode, both IPTV and OTT mode, and it runs. And we are fortunate to see during this recent bioterror of virus a heavy adoption of all kinds of viewing at home, working from home for our profession, learning from home for our students, and entertainment at home from OTT and other services, where the high satisfaction index and high availability and variety of content in originality and in multiple languages were actually the key to fulfillment in terms of business, in terms of revenue, in terms of advertisement, and in terms of what I as a content person see is the transition from a new from an old era to a new era of content-based connectivity, and connectivity where a deep tech technology of all kinds of technologies being utilized in the back plane, front plane, and in terms of the user to be empowered to see. And that is where I feel a very major thing has come today, that the big bang of our Piktale will now protect the privacy of the customers and allow them to consume content in a good way, allow them to create their own user-generated content and share it among our group, and at the same time allow them to choose and select content, maybe pay content, premium content, and an event which is happening actual live like the world, like New Zealand. It is a pay-per-view program. That means you have to pay to see that program. So all this new mechanism actually allowed the consumer industry to interact more into TV, and the TV industries to gain more from the technology of consumerism and interactive delivery to earn from that. Whereas at the same time, the e-commerce came in, and e-commerce added many new dimensions, and working and sitting in home, we could get every major need of the things that we needed in the family, and we could actually go beyond the limitations and the problems of the lockdown that were imposed on most parts of the world. And in this time, we realized that a new global order is emerging, and in the emerging global order, we need to reassign, realign, rediscover our living in every meaning of it. And with those meanings, we can go into specific social media vehicles like Piktale and utilize the knowledge or utilize the time that we have and utilize the content that are available in front of us to be used for our whole thing. And at the same time, at the end of my monologue, I would only say it was a great gift of divinity that I stand before you on this day. And on this day, I knew Pandora's box to us. And the Pandora is nobody other than the digital futurism, which will throw a lot of things to us and make us all happy. Thank you all for patient listening to me. And I am sure all of us will meet on better times and with more creative, more appealing, more energetic, and more revenue-oriented activities in future, all of which will make each of us happy and each of us support the other in far corners of the world by the power of remote technology and digital switching, as we can all say, and the social media, which is the fiber which has sewn everybody into the right orbit, right way to interact and not to miss each other when we need each other more. In love, in affection, in caring, in medication, in vaccination, all of such things we can all do together, and Piktale will bring a new platform globally, or at least to us here, to be able to play a larger role in future and make our future more happy, more progressive, and more defined for better future. And today I only pray to all of you to contribute and support to this in your own terms, so that you gain out of that and the viewer and audience gains from that. So it cannot be a one win and other loss. It is a win-win-win all through. And that's what is my pledge, and that's what is my appeal to all of you as my time to learn and earn together. All the best.
That was very insightful. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Dev. We really enjoyed, and personally, the way you explained and made it so simple to understand the journey of the digital. We all have gone through from black and white TV to today, where we have multiple things that we can look at. So with that coming in that, and the way you told us about the Pandora box, yes, I think we have a lot of opportunities coming up and going further. This, and thanking once again for all the insight, the support that you've extended, and you've been a great mentor to all of us out here, and you've guided us in a simple way how to take to the new challenges that we face on every day. Thanking that, we would like to now move on to a small short break of a few minutes where you guys can just go pick up a cup of coffee, take a break, walk around. For the smokers out there, get a drag and come back. And though I don't encourage smoking, but that's one of the things that you could do. And we will quickly come back with a lot of intellectual and I would say informative sessions coming forward. So with that, we will be moving now to our panel discussions. And before we kind of go away, I would like to not go away, take a break and come back quickly within a couple of minutes. We would want you to like the program and share it further, and so that more and more people can benefit from the sessions that are coming, understanding about what is it that is happening in the industry, what is the cutting edge of the technologies and other things. With that, can we have move on to the next program in a couple of minutes? Thank you. While we're waiting for the people to take a break, I personally would like to enjoy seeing this, the video again of the Piktale program. So could we have that video running again, please? Yuganti, could we have the video running while we're doing? And guys, once again, yes, out there we have the video. Let's watch the video.
Introducing, for the first time ever, Piktale, freedom with the most desired one. Facing privacy issues on all the existing platforms. Don't worry, Piktale presents you Piktale Profile, an intelligent profile in various ways that is specially designed to leverage privacy. Now onwards, no need to create multiple profiles. Using incredibly smart Piktale Profile, you can manage every space of your life, that is close friends, family, work, etc. Getting connected on Piktale is super easy. Piktale lets you enjoy every space of your life. It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values your connected friends lies in which circle of your life. Piktale's highly intelligent as nobody can ever come to know in which space they lie in your life. No need to discard your feelings anymore. Create posts on Piktale. Just simply select the desired spaces with whom you want to share your posts, as not all the memories are meant for everyone. Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also publish your articles or share blogs with our amazing Create Mode editor. Intelligent algorithms always keeps you updated with your friends. Enjoy real-time, super-fast and encrypted Piktale Messenger. Piktale Messenger brings you high user experience as well as simplified clean design. Launching for the first time brand new images set with tons of newly untold expressions. Piktale Messenger supports media sharing, GIF, voice notes with built-in with a smooth editor. Add your friends just on a single click. Bring them on for never-ending chats. Introducing chat boosters that never lets you run out of topics and eases you to continue chatting with your favorite ones. For the first time ever providing high-end analytics to organic users. Analytics will help to drive the organic profiles into so many different directions, always keeping you updated with the amazing things happening in your friend circles. Utilize these analytics to be the most interesting one among your groups. Now become an influencer among your friends. High-end engaging analytics to take your experience to a newer level with Piktale. Improvisation analytics to improve your profile visibility with various AI-powered recommendations. Now organic users are the new influencers. Piktale Analytics helps you to become the trendsetter. Keep a track of everyday activities of yours and your friend circles. Introducing Piktale Rewards. Piktale Rewards lets you earn reward points for using and engaging more and more with Piktale. Get instant reward credits. Easily redeemable. No other platform gives you reward points on using social media platforms. Piktale is the first time with Piktale Rewards. Piktale Regional brings you the platform which empathizes with the various diversity in cultures, traditions and living style. Enjoy region-specific traditions, cultures and events with high privacy. Now become the essence of your culture with Piktale. Piktale helps and supports you to stay connected with your community and never miss out any of the fun and lively happenings. Piktale is available in all regional languages. Piktale brings you motion filters, high-end design filters to unleash endless creativity with your stills and videos. Turn any of your stills into amazing creative videos and share it with your friends. There are tons of motion filters available in the Piktale filter marketplace that too for free. Enjoy the mesmerizing experience of Piktale and thank you.
Wow, that was again impressive. I am just loving it. Each time I see that, I just love that much more. So now we are moving ahead with the panel discussions for today. The sessions that are going to give us the insight into today's technology. What is this about? We've heard words like social media, digital. These are the words that have been been put into our day-to-day routine in the last couple of years, which earlier were all done. Like, for example, the event that today we are having, we are as much involved with each of you from your houses. Earlier, for these events, we used to move to a place. It would be done under one roof. We would have panel discussions. But today, with the technology moving in. So the first topic for today we have is navigating industry 4.0 revolution with the cutting edge technologies. So what is all this about the revolution that we're talking? Since 1800, we've experienced a lot of industrial revolutions, mainly 3 of them. And these are powered by a disruptive new technologies. And these are the mechanism of a steam engine, the innovation of the assembly line, and the speed of the computer. These were few of the things. They were called as a revolution or industrial revolution because of the innovation that drove them. Did not just improve productivity and efficiency a little bit, but it completely revolutionized. It completely revolutionized the way the goods were produced and how the work was done. So keeping in this mind, we are right now on the 4th industrial revolution, which we call it as 4. And today we have, which takes us to the automation, computers in the future, industry, knowledge, powered by industrial Internet of Things, which is the IoT, and the cyber physical systems. And our product is all about that. So without much interruption, I would like to invite the moderator for this session to come over and give us the insight to the sessions that we are looking at. Dr. Amit Banerjee. He is the instrumentation and system architect from the microelectronic and technologies devices, and he's also a deep tech advisor. So we have all the panelists out here. So Dr. Amit Banerjee would be moderating the sessions for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit Banerjee, for your support. And we have Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who is the Vice President and Chief Ethnologist with SAP. And thank you, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, and also for your magnanimous offer of downloading the books. For sure, I'm going to download one and keep that for myself and learn from it. And we have Mr. Prasanna Lohar, who is the Chief Innovation Officer at DCB Bank. And we have Mr. Michel Burns, Director at PwC. Not the least, we have Mr. Axel, Director of Logswood 50 Experts, Germany. With you guys, welcome a hearty, and over to you, Dr. Amit Banerjee, to take it on from there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jyoti.
My pleasure.
Yeah, good to see you guys. So I'll just get right into the topic, I think, today. And I mean, thank you to Piktale and the entire team for organizing this amazing conference here. And we find it really intriguing. I mean, like if you see the entire list of speakers, the tracks that are going to happen for the entire day, I mean, this is like, I mean, something we don't see often. I mean, we have people from all different areas in technology. So it's not just about Industry 4, we're covering a lot of other areas also. So I think I will start with today's panel, which is on the Industry 4 revolution, what we mean by Industry 4, and on the top of their own technologies. We're not from the same areas, so we can probably give you a at least 360 idea about what this entire thing is about. So frankly, from me, I am from a microelectronic technology and a device background, which is more towards, which is probably the backbone of all the computing revolution that we are about to see in the Industry 4, which is in a process of beginning. And what microelectronics technologies would mean is this deals with the devices that go into the computers, that go into the sensors, your hand phones, everything, and a lot of design, a lot of, so this deals with design, deals with processing. I mean, exactly how you make those devices physically, because these are getting difficult as we move on. So from the beginning of the semiconductor technology, if we think, now we are talking about not micrometer size of features in the device, we're talking about nanometers. Recently, we have started talking about sub-nanometer of devices. So a lot goes into this one. And probably the reason, I mean, I can speak about artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution here with you all experts is because we co-authored a book with Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, who is also one of the panelists in a later stage and a co-founder of this amazing application. So we wrote a book on artificial intelligence and fourth industry revolution very recently. And so if I have to give a background, because like not everyone would be probably coming from the tech background, I have to say, like, probably the first industrial revolution started out sometimes in 1750, 1765, where the humanity started moving towards industry from agriculture. Like a lot of people started to move into industry instead, and that was more using coal. So I think we started using coal heavily. Whereas the second industrial revolution was driven by gas, which is 1870, if I go by numbers. And that was the discovery of electricity, gas, oil. We had combustion engine, steel chemicals were heavily started producing. And we had communication technology in terms of like telegraph, telephones were started playing around. So that's sort of a foundation for everything that we started doing now. And we also had early planes, cars, and some other manufacturing coming up with this one. While the third industrial revolution was, I find it quite amazing, the amount of electronics development. It was probably fueled by the internet and the electronics. And that started sometimes in the middle of 19th century until now. And we started seeing something different, which is the Industry 4 we are here to talk about. That is like the advent of the internet, of heavy usage, more connectivity, renewable energy coming into play. And we are doing all sort of things. So we're basically here to talk about that. And we have experts to deal with this one. Some of like probably to understand the whole of the dimensions of this one, I actually ended up writing a lot of books, editing a lot of books, which is on biomedical healthcare technologies, solid-state devices, Internet of Things in healthcare, in medical, in engineering and systems technology, computational IoTs and everything. And I can understand like it's way beyond all this. So I have experts here to talk about all this, and I'll move from one to another one. And so let's start with James. Michael Burns. So Michael, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. It's an honor to be with you here. And I would also like to congratulate you for your TEDx Frankfurt Idea Challenge winning. You spoke about the AI superpowers for sustainability. I find it very amazing. It's very interesting topic that you are actually focusing on the sustainability of Industry 4 and the AI superpowers. So just let us know exactly your view on the Industry 4 and as this forum is more into this one. So over to you, Michael.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Banerjee. It's a pleasure to be here and to contribute from my own perspective. When I started my journey into artificial intelligence or machine learning, as you wanted, some 8 years ago, it was really to help some banks avoid regulatory fines, to kind of help to make healthcare more efficient, in some cases track down human trafficking. These are already very interesting use cases. One thing that I didn't really realize at the time is that one of the biggest problems that we will be facing, and the recent times have brought it to the forefront once more, is how do we keep the planet the way it is in terms of sustainability, and how do we kind of use insights to deal with some of the outcomes of ESG or kind of the environmental effects. So when I prepared for the TEDx Frankfurt and kind of did more research around this topic, it was the realization that over the last half year or 9 months during the lockdown, I've spoken more about ESG than I've actually spoken about artificial intelligence itself. A lot of the discussions that I've been having on different experts panels in terms of around the different insights we should be getting. And the opinion that I arrived at after a lot of debates with experts was that one of the interpretation sites from data, alternative data, satellites, and so on, in order to move on with the planet. And that goes for those different industries, also for farming and so on, like I mentioned, water management, but it goes really more universal. If we want to understand why the planet is heating up, what we can do about it, artificial intelligence will not solve it for us, but it will probably give us a lot of pointers along the way. And then with some collaboration between the countries, like we see between Germany and India and also other countries, I think we will be in a stronger position to tackle this not individually or in a silo, but together. And together we will be stronger to actually get somewhere with this. But it's the underlying technologies under Industry 4.0, including artificial intelligence, that even allow us to partner in the right way, to get to the right insights, and to have a chance to turn things around for us. Thank you for giving me a chance to bring this to the forefront.
Yes, thank you so much, Michael. I mean, I quote from one of your talks somewhere else, maybe it's the TED Talk or something, making world a better place with AI. So I understand like what you are doing or your team is actually focusing on, it's more towards sustainability, using the data analytics and actually figuring out how we can make the systems more efficient. I mean, so that's what this is all about. And I very much appreciate your views on this one. I'll just come back to you. And I'd probably take one more word from another one of your talks or book, something, which is data is the new oil, you mentioned somewhere. And there, I think I would invite Mr. Sailendra. So Sailendra, I understand like, so you are the data person, and I mean, I read through some of this show as we finish it up. I definitely look forward to downloading this one. So what I would like to understand, I mean, like we'd like to understand is, as we mentioned, like data is the new oil, and you are in like top 50 global tech advisors, and I mean, one of the key CIOs on the planet right this moment into predictive analysis, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So what is your pick into today's, I mean, what is your view into today's topic? I mean, just your own opinion.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, good stuff. Okay, so thank you very much. I think when you mentioned data is the new oil, then machine learning and analytics is the engine behind it, and that's what I usually say. That if you don't have the analytics component, you don't have the machine learning component of that, then that new oil is not going to drive or is not going to take you where you need to be. And if you take this example of, or if you look at Industry 4.0, the most important aspect of Industry 4.0 is machine learning, analytics, and how that data is interpreted, read, and then you quickly take some decisions in real time, and then respond back to the world. And I take that statement around AI, where people are really wanting to know what is AI, and I usually say AI is mimicking human intelligence, and human intelligence which is already, so mimicking human intelligence and behavior is what is AI. And to get to that level, what you need is information, and then I try to correlate that with what's happening with the human intelligence, how humans behave, how humans interact. You look at stuff, you hear, and you sense, and that's what, then that information is then fed to your brain, and your brain quickly takes a decision, and it responds back, coming back to you to say, this is what you should be doing. You should be responding back in speech, or you should be taking an action. Similarly, machines or in an AI environment, you will do exactly the same, where you're bringing in the data in structured, semi-structured, or unstructured format, which is then ingested, and it's thought through in the in your brain, in the machine learning brain or the analytics brain, which then takes decision in nanoseconds to say what needs to be returned back, what needs to be the action that needs to be taken. And that's how a complete end-to-end AI responds to mimicking human intelligence and human behavior. All the components of the body. And it is the brain, which is machine learning, AI, analytics, machine learning and analytics that actually drives that. The difference between in this environment of artificial intelligence and human intelligence is that humans cannot ingest data from machines, whereas machines can. So they are much more accurate compared to humans because we cannot take in text data, we can't take in machine data coming from a refrigerator or coming from a car, but machines can, and they can make sense out of it as well. So it is far more intelligent and far more easier to take that environment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I mean, I really like this one. The data is the new blood. I mean, that's a new word probably you coined right here. So I'd like to know more about the predictive analysis. I mean, like, frankly, what I want to know from you being an expert is how do I make money from my own data? I mean, like, I put in a lot of data in social media, 3 more channels. We are using a lot of this. I have emails. I have probably like many email accounts. I understand that data is going somewhere because we are clicking, okay, fine, yes to almost everything that we get. We are using hundreds of softwares, apps. I'm putting in a lot of data, right? So how do I make money from my own data? How does
you already are.
Use this?
You don't know, but you're already making data, making money on your own data. And how you're doing that is with all the inputs that you're giving into your apps or all the inputs that you're putting in your clicks and everything, that data, and they're offering you in discounts to what you actually like to buy.
Right.
So, for example, if you are in the market for a camera, if you get it, so if you don't know where to find a camera which is discounted, you will be struggling. But what about when you wake up in the morning and you've searched for a camera last night, you wake up and you get a discount for buying a camera? That's where you just made 20% discount, means $1,000, 20% discount, you just made $200 out of your own data. And I think that's where people don't realize that they're already making money out of their own data. It's just that they're just a bit scared, is that being too much, taken too much into my privacy and too much of that, but otherwise it is the way it is.
That brings me to another topic. I attended one of these SAP Ariba's programs in Singapore, I think 2019, when the world was a bit normal. We could go to conferences, we could speak like face-to-face. And they had this amazing predictive analysis system ready already. They was probably launching the beta version during that time that you could actually predict some national calamity or some kind of a disaster that is going to happen, maybe a pandemic, predict it a few days before. I mean, so that brings me to the, like, both of you, to Michael and Sailendra, both. I mean, like, how do if me being a user, I'm basically not from this background, but me being an user, I understand that it would be convenient for all of the users if we can actually predict something bad, some of these things coming. So in terms of like sustainability, how do you use the predictive analysis? I mean, any one of you can take it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sure. From sustainability, it's a bit easier because you're not necessarily dealing with like individual data or a lot of data privacy issues when it comes to the pandemic or the struggles we've seen to create an app that we had in Germany, but also in the rest of Europe. There's other hurdles to overcome, and then it's always a compromise that you end up making in terms of how much can the government centralize the information and so on. So that's a completely different debate. On the sustainability, the things that I mentioned earlier for the industries that were included in the research of Microsoft. So for example, for the water management, you have a lot of sensors. You also use alternative data and satellite images. You're trying with this additional information, you're trying to kind of have better estimates. You're trying to spot pollution early with transport in the same way, where if you have self-driving cars and sensors, I believe that Singapore is quite ahead on this. Maybe we can get something on the central business district and on all the kind of trials there with the self-driving cars as well. So you are using what's available via additional sensors to drive a solution that will then optimize based on the circumstances. So something that the human brain, just because of the overwhelming amount of information, whether you want to call it oil or blood or whatever it is, the overwhelming information is driving a decision in the system. Individual human or a team of humans would probably be out of breath or not be able to handle it, and you need something very dynamic to deal with this to really make a difference. And that goes the same for the alternative energy use that I mentioned with solar or wind in terms of direction of the windmill to point it at, and so on. So that goes across use cases, but it's applied in a slightly different way. So I think it will be interesting to hear Shailendra's perspective also on this, of course.
Yeah, please, Shailendra.
Yep, I'm conscious of time as well, but you know what? In my view, sustainability is with all predictive analytics. It's quite happening at the moment. So if you think about this, if we were able to predict an earthquake, if you were able to predict a tsunami, how easy it would be to move a lot of people from that particular area to a different area so that you can actually save lives. I think that is amazing kind of prediction that can be done. And that's, to be honest, that's possible today. And that is happening with the kind of machines and the kind of power that we've got today. And that's simply saving lives is one thing. Talk about COVID, right? In COVID or during the COVID times, we were able to predict a person who's likely to have a COVID or what they call wet lungs upfront, just by figuring out the data from their x-rays. And I've run so many live shows where I was talking to the doctors, and the doctor said, you actually don't need to go get a kind of, you can find out lots out of the x-ray itself. So prediction is not only about corporate world, it's also saving a lot of lives at the moment. And that's all possible with the kind of technology and the kind of data that we've got access to. And that all of that data is available, readily available today, which you can use and work through.
Right. So, yeah, Shailendra, thank you so much. I mean, I just ask one more. I mean, it's something that I have. I want to have an understanding about is these data analytics, this predictive analysis. We understand like it's very effective. We have been trying to train many of our machines into that. Frankly, in terms of predicting a heart attack, in terms of predicting some things which are quite been with us for quite some times. Like we have been capable of training it to some extent. We have seen Google have done sufficiently well in terms of detecting some specific kind of diseases in eye. We came up with a predictive analysis. We came up with some kind of a device which could actually help stop the spread. And various countries, I mean, I understand there were a lot of research done into this one to actually figure out a way for contact tracing. But if you see, is it really effective? I mean, in terms of, I think in Germany, in UK, in Europe, I find it was not very effective. In various other countries, it was not very effective, not even in US. So why do you think that happened?
This is, I guess, a bit controversial discussion to a degree. I think if you have, let's say, if you respect everyone's privacy, like they tried to do in Germany, and that's probably the right approach. What they couldn't force people to do is to really feedback if they feel that they were affected or suffering from COVID. So while everybody was using it and it got a very high number of downloads, I think 20 million or so within a short time, but they are not feeding back into the system if they are affected. So then for contact tracing, it's kind of useless. And so if you build a different system, which is maybe more invasive towards privacy, like we've seen in South Korea, for example, maybe that wouldn't work in Europe because the government wouldn't be able to get it through, but maybe it was more efficient to do that tracing job. I haven't seen the detailed numbers, would be interesting to compare, but there's always some compromises you make in terms of getting to more data or using things that, without involving the people.
Yeah, I appreciate this view. I mean, so I understand like it's more about the overall data. I mean, like the machines need a lot of data to effectively actually work during the situation. So yes, I understand that. So Salindra, you want to add anything else?
No, I think you should move on. And Axel and Prasanna are also waiting. I think we should bring them into the conversation as well.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'll switch over to, I think, Mr. Prasanna Lohar. So you're the Chief Innovation Officer of DCB, and you are one of the top 50 CIOs, top 100 innovative CIOs in India, which is pretty big. I mean, I understand like you're heading the digital innovation or architecture, adoption to new emerging technologies. So in terms of the Industry 4, I mean, your role is very important where the economy will be heading. You need to predict that, you need to understand that. So what is your take on that? Please, Mr. Prasanna.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. I was thinking, Dr. Amit, that I am a spectator in this forum so far. So thanks for the question and let me be part of this discussion. I think it's exciting to see the emerging technology adoption in last few years, right? And since 2014-15, typically in a country like India or any of those countries, what we have seen is some of the countries are embarking their journeys on technologies, like say example Estonia, Gibraltar. They can't live out without blockchain or AI in their life. So more than 290 plus use cases in Estonia are already adopted on blockchain kind of technologies. That shows that every country should follow that template. And what we have seen at India at least through MITI and which is one of the government unit, right? So they are now strategizing blockchain or artificial intelligence. And recently, IDRBT announced the 5G paper, and I think sooner we will see how 5G will become a normal technology in down the line. So far, what we had seen until 2014, the mobility was driving everything. And all of a sudden, when the data has become like a commodity through geo movement in India, what we have seen is immediately surge of adoption of mobile apps and digital payments and so on. And I think pandemic has given that more trigger to the corporates how to be mobile first or digital first. But Industry 4.0, which is a combination of not only AI or blockchain or IoT, but many more other technologies like drones, or you talk about big data, you talk about 3D, or 5G will be part of this whole journey. So how a country is adopting every of this technology for welfare of normal people, that shows the strength of adoption of technologies. If we keep on talking and if it is not really reaching out to the normal human being who is sitting in some kirana store or some sitting in a grocery shop or some small SME, I think that is how we need to really create our use cases and strategizing. Major role what we have seen in academia, right? So I think 10 years before, hardly any academia was there on AI, artificial intelligence, or IoT or blockchain. But today, I think many of those engineering colleges out there in India has adopted. Even in our education, AI should be the part of our education under 10th. I think that shows country is really moving ahead on a very good journey. When you look at the economic part, right? So we need to see as a, I'll say example in India, India's innovation index is a 50, which we have seen, which has become a 50 when it was 84 in 5 years before. At the same time, country has gone from 45 to under 11, right? So why? Because they have adopted those technologies much more better. I think we should always follow how other countries are really going ahead, as well. We should see how India can really come up with their own research scientists and adopt their own fabrics, example, their own platforms in AI. so that we can have their these research area IPs with us, and education part. Industries in India are really heavily adopting emerging technologies, Industry 4.0. Students are adopting their, if you really see the way I had done it down the line in 2000, and today I think the engineering students or management students, I think technology is always backbone or a part of any of those projects. If you want to improve as an innovation index, which is calibrated how your financial inclusion is there, and how is your healthcare systems, or how are you having the information and technology, how we are utilizing them. So coming back, every department which is relevant to health or finance or defense or any of those relevant to the normal human beings, they should adopt technologies in a heavily. At a DCB Bank, we run a program called Innovation, which has around 40 plus use cases or problem statements, and 20 of them around Industry 4.0. So how banking will change, or how human life will through crypto, or either through AI, or either through some security based on AI, or either through augmented reality. Today we are happy with the social media which is based on web, or today we are happy mobile app, or this Zoom conference which is based upon a web, right? Tomorrow it will be some other way to look at it, like augmented reality or virtual reality. And your experience, you don't have to really move around physically, because today we are in collaboration era. Tomorrow, I think my fellow experts will also agree, it will be autonomous era, when your IoTs or a smart gadget, your home or a car or refrigerators will become more and more smarter. I'll take a pause here, Dr. Banerjee, so that other views and I can participate in those. But in a nutshell, if you want to really meet sustainability goals, I think we don't have any option without adopting any of technologies.
Right. Thank you so much, Prasanna. I'll get to you in a minute. We have Mr. Axel also. I mean, we're connected in a different forum also. Welcome here, Axel. I mean, you're probably one of the most experienced among us in this field. And I mean, I'd like to know more into this SAP projects rescue and the SOL lead architecture thing, which is your core expertise, and more into, I mean, like Industry 4 in terms of design, like parameters and paradigms. And I mean, like you have been very much engaged into Agriculture 4 also as a true driver for Industry 4, right? So we'd like to know your opinion on this.
Guys, sorry to interrupt in between. Sorry, Akhilti. So I just want to be the timekeeper and say that we've finished about 32 minutes. So you have roughly another 20 minutes to wrap up, and we have another 10 minutes for question answers. Sorry again, over to you back.
Yeah, please go on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee. So yes, you mentioned actually what my core business is, which is called Project Rescue, and especially SAP Project Rescue. I think the idea was born in the Middle East, when they say every project needs rescue. So we said we are offering actually, so we are classical troubleshooters if something goes wrong, if we are trying to fix. But in the parallel, we have also these 50 experts groups where we do research and practical consulting on how the Industry 4.0 can be implemented really in the real world. And you already also mentioned that we are focusing now, we're going away from the classical use case of manufacturing. This is what the big boys do, like the automotive suppliers, the big companies. They are very self-sustaining. They can stand on their own feet. But the real use case of Industries 4.0 is most likely in the agriculture sector, which is, when you look into Africa, but also in Asia, into India, then you know how important the agriculture sector is, and they can benefit dramatically from the Industry 4.0. Well, when we speak about Industry 4.0, we of course have to define a little bit what it is. It is, other than, I think Wikipedia is a little bit misleading, because they always say Industry 4.0 is an industrial revolution. Well, first of all, it's not a revolution, it's an evolution. And the number 4 is just randomly chosen as a marketing gag by the German government when they invented this study. Basically, Industry 4.0 is a design concept, a design thinking concept. It describes how we can use artificial intelligence, the power of internet, the IoT, the big data that is created from IoT in practical industrial cases. And the idea behind is that everything is connected with each other, and that the data that maybe is stored in my place can be used by somebody else without compromising my privacy. So these are the challenges behind the Industry 4.0. And you find Industry 4.0, or as I mentioned, in agriculture, but in medical sciences, we mentioned already that we can use it during the COVID times. But you will find it also in education, when all of a sudden you're not going to one school, you're going to a system that is called school. So you can take a course from one side, and even multiple schools you can visit together, and they exchange research results, what they do. So everything that can be connected through the internet is there. So in fact, what is Industry 4.0 is a communication revolution. The first revolution, that was when writing was invented. The second big revolution was the moving letters, when it was possible to mass distribute knowledge. The third revolution was the radio, when you could mass distribute knowledge in real time. And now with the internet, we have the possibility to exchange in real time, but bidirectional. So what we are doing now, we don't need this physical presence anymore to do the same information exchange that was needed before. And Industry 4.0 now will allow machines to communicate with each other. The driver is actually a factor of disturbance. The cars will be safer when they drive and communicate only with each other, because they concentrate on driving, while the driver often concentrates on everything else, but not on the driving itself. So this is basically the thing. We have mentioned also the part of predictive analysis. This analysis part, predictive analysis is one thing, but we have 4 areas of analysis. The first one is the descriptive analysis. That is what we classically do if you make your PowerPoint charts with the pie charts and the bar charts, and this is, you calculate and you make a computation on this one. The second step, and that is where Industry 4.0 really comes in, is diagnostic analysis. We need the computer to make a diagnosis, to see the data and make a decision and find out what this data is really worth. So if we look as humans on data, we might come to a different result than the computer comes, because it makes simply statistical analysis. The predictive analysis is the logical next step, because if I made a good diagnosis, normally the prediction is good. And when the prediction is good, the 4th step is prescriptive analysis. I make a prescription. That is what the doctor does, and say you have to use this therapy to overcome the problem that we just have invented. So these are the areas. So let me, to finalize, just to come back on the agriculture sector. On the agriculture sector, we will see a different challenge than in industries like manufacturing, because we are dealing then with a lot of micro industries, single farmers, female cooperatives, farmers who live in remote and rural areas where the internet is not as powerful, where we actually have to exchange also information, maybe through not even a smartphone, but through a simple mobile phone with a very, very limited bandwidth. So these are the challenges that we are discussing now when we talk about Industry 4.0, to bring all the benefits down to the area of agriculture. So we are talking not about Mumbai and Delhi and Bangalore. We talk about Orissa, Assam. We talk about the Congo. We talk about all these places. So this is what we are challenging in the next time there. So I will wrap up, because we already get the yellow card for overdrawing the time. So let's continue with it. Thank you.
No, I think you covered something very interesting, which is I would anyway like to have an open discussion on the opportunity transformation. I also invite your opinions. Prasanna, I mean, what do you think? I mean, we understand the opportunities. We mostly highlighted the opportunities of Industry 4. What about the challenges? I mean, I don't think it's going to be that easy to actually move to the new technology regimes, right?
What we have seen adoption of any of the technologies. Am I audible?
Yes. You're perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I spoke in initially the education part, right, or awareness.
Right.
Okay. Say example in Indian context or any context, if you talk about autonomous car, right? First and foremost is like I think I'm so fond of Excel. So nice examples, right? Autonomous car and your driver is a hindrance, right? When people will understand that driver or the middleman, how can this Industry 4.0 always has a power to remove the middlemen, intermediaries, and the operations which we are really doing since so many years, right? So that is something mindset change, right? The people change. So one of the example, right? I was sitting with one of my operations guy, and I told understand this whole process, and we're going to automate it with the help of a robotic process automation. These guys immediately went inside to his boss and said whether my job is going to vanish or not. So that's one of the not say it's a is a misconception that the jobs will vanish. What we have seen in the Industry 3.0 or the way Excel has explained, will be created. New skill set has to be adopted by people like us or mentor all the students, and the curriculums has to be changed. The curriculum which I studied in engineering in 1996 or so, I know that at a student level itself we adopt skill sets of around Industry 4.0, and people mindset should be changed with awareness. Gone were those days people were just looking at a mobile phone whether it's really going to be a boon or some other thing. But I think today there is no option for anybody to carry one or two mobile phones, right? Tomorrow in autonomous world we'll not carry those boxes, right? We will say once upon a time we used to carry this much mobile phone, or once we had at home telephone sitting, right? I think life has changed. So the adoption in the technology in a quicker way is a challenge, which is a people mindset. Technology will always change, but if a people mindset change drastically, and the acceleration has to come awareness and the education, which will really help. There could be some climate things around 5G or any of those, but I think there are always other solutions around that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good thing you highlight. Like actually there is a skill gap because these technologies are changing the overall, like the way of like the job that were like before. It's changing rapidly now. So there is a sort of a skill gap which needs to be addressed also. I mean, like we need to train our manpowers as soon as possible to at least make them aware that things are changing and they need to be well trained in this one. And so this kind of this rapidly evolving scenarios, like what we're looking at, I mean, I request Mr. Sailendra to actually highlight this more in terms of the data, that like what happens in terms of like, we already covered something like a pandemic, trade war, sometimes some of the privacy concerns that has been highlighted in the digital transformation. So your experience in the companies, what do you think, like, so, I mean, Michael, I mean, you can also join, we can all join into this one. What do you feel that digital transformation in terms of these rapidly changing scenarios? What do you
So let me very quickly answer that. But before I answer that question, I'll take Axel's note on that analytics aspect of descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. That's a full chapter in my book, Making Money Out of Data, which is available free. So you guys can download it today. It's on Amazon, I think $40 worth, but you can get it free today. So please do download it. It's got a few stories as well, which will talk about how predictive and descriptive is differentiated in organizations. Now, while we were talking, I think there was a message on LinkedIn where one of my old colleagues mentioned that, we are very worried about privacy, but we are not worried about, and this is related to COVID and data and predictive and how privacy is being taken so protected so carefully. But what is more, the question is, what is more important, privacy or life? I think any day I give life more important than privacy, right? I can lose all my privacy, but as long as I'm alive, privacy will be there. Otherwise, what's the point of having a privacy? So that's the other thing. And from the perspective of people having, a skill gap or people losing jobs, I don't think that's a problem either. Because if you remember the second industrial revolution, when we got into cars, right? Lots of those horse and the horse riders, the people who used to take horse carts around and move you from one place to another, lost their jobs. Can you find one today? No, all of them lost their jobs in the early 20th century. And they all became, then taxi drivers came into play. So people will lose jobs, I know, but new jobs will be created, and those new jobs will be far, far, far more than the jobs that will be lost. And I don't know why people are worried about it, because we are all progressive, and as Axel said, that it's not a revolution, it's an evolution, and it's an evolution perfectly. We need to get to the next level. And I see that a lot of people, I was on a panel a couple of years ago, where one guy walked onto the stage and scared everyone out, the hell out of everyone, that 70% of the jobs will disappear. And I said, okay, fine, I want to be on those 70%, so that I lose my job and create jobs for the other people, because I need to do that. And so everyone who is actually driving that agenda and bringing people backwards, people learn by themselves. My mother had never touched a mobile phone, but she was doing WhatsApp communication. How did she do that? Was there a school or was there a training center to go and do that? No, she all learned by herself. So people do learn, people do move on, and it is an evolution. It is not a revolution, it's an evolution, as Axel said it rightly.
Right. If I can just add to this, of course, this is one of the most frequent questions I've answered over the last 8 years dealing with artificial intelligence in terms of the job situation. And I've always addressed it in a way that it's a shift, it's not a change, but I've always said that it depends where you are in the world. Are you being disrupted? How kind of automated is your country? What sectors and so on? So there will be a shift between countries. What I highlighted during the TED Talk, for example, was then much more detailed research based on Microsoft numbers, that globally there will be a net job gain by 38 million. Yeah, you might take it with a grain of salt to predict it as accurately to 2030. But it's a net job gain through artificial intelligence, but of course through a shift. But when you think about it, even my role as somebody who's explaining the technology or is kind of acting as an evangelist didn't exist. And in the same way, the people that are creating it, the people that are maintaining it, there's whole new industries and whole new segments of industries being created that didn't exist before. We need to help the population to have a chance to find new roles there through education and other means, something that we heard from Prasanna and others. So it's not going to be easy, but of course it's possible. And overall, from all I've seen, it will be a positive impact. But of course, I have my own biases through what I've been exposed to in terms of AI.
Axel, I mean, I'll just ask you the same question with some of the real life examples. Like, you have enormous experience into these fields. Some companies, some factories that are already working into this industry for this data analytics. You'd like to example us?
What do you mean, in terms of job loss or in terms of just using?
Industry 4, I think. I mean, like something we can just give an example to our students that it's Industry 4 factory.
Well, actually, all the automotive producers, automakers, they are using Industry 4.0. That is what they called the crystal factory before. So if you go today to, let's say, to Toyota shop floor, you will never see a person there. So there is a full automation there. There is also the prediction if machine is going to fail. So that is in manufacturing of the big industry, it is absolutely standard. But you also use it in field maintenance very often. Some of you have seen the advertisement of IBM where they show you, for example, how a lift is calling the mechanic before it's even failing, because it tells, look, I found out tomorrow I will break down. So the mechanic is coming even before its time. So these examples exist there, and they're quite fashionable. But I think the big industry is not really. The real challenge comes down there if you go down to the real line, if you go down to the retail. Yeah, retail is also using it very often already, because they analyze our data, but also the logistics of big stores. They automatically fill their supply. There's nobody who's going to order anymore. And they are even trying to predict the needs when there is Diwali coming. They will know that tomorrow they need more than an unusual weekend. So these are the examples where they are definitely already using. But we are very, very at the beginning. And as it's an evolution, it is like with mobile phones or with the smartphones. Yes. You see, 15 years ago, we didn't have a smartphone, and it was not a revolution when it came. So all of a sudden, they're here, and every day something adds to it. So it's a growing usage of it, and in any places where the technology allows it, will come.
Right, perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Axel.
So, Dr. Amit, one more example, right? Just on top of what Mr. Axel has said. Right. So it takes 1 year or 2 years to really build a house, right? Or those many buildings. And just imagine a few months ago, or we have seen globally also in many 3D, right? 3D printing is really changing that whole industry. Just creation of your house in a matter of 2 to 3 days, right? That's how I think we will remove those intermediaries, manpower, and those manpowers has to really adopt on new skill sets as everybody is really looking at it. I think industry 4.0 or maybe tomorrow we'll talk about the society 5.0. The world will be so autonomous where we will really look at how and where we'll get a better life, peace, and those things. So there could be many more challenges while adopting of industry 4.0. Too much of automation may not be good. So I think that moment we will see many countries will adopt many policies, how much to automate and when to automate. In India, like country, when we are sitting on so much of a manpower, right? So whether automate everything now, or so I think those kind of decisions may come in future when we'll really see how the job, right? Jobs will be certainly be, and those will be very exciting jobs, and people have to people at my age, say example, if I don't adopt AI or any of those new technologies, I'll be sitting just beside another guy who is just having 1 or 2 years of experience on those technologies, and I might be reporting to him. So I think adoption of new technologies on immediately basis is very, very must for us these days.
Yeah, I very much appreciate this one. So thank you. I think, yeah, I mean, this is a wide topic. We can continue talking. I mean, like, I understand, like, it's very unfair to this topic to actually put in only 1 hour, but we can continue discussing this one. I'd like to take a few questions from a Q&A. Yeah, Sailendra, please.
I just wanted to make a comment. It is not going to be going forward whether you have a job because of AI or not. It will be whether you are a manager who's being assisted by AI or who's not being assisted by AI. And that will be the differentiator between those two individuals. That is all. And sooner it will be that there will be less number of people who will be assisted by AI, and then there will be a lot of people that will be assisted. So there will be a transition that will happen over the years. I think that is how it is going to pan out. That is how it is going to change, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes perfect sense, I think. Yes. So Michael, would you like to include anything else?
No, I was just agreeing with Shailendra there. This is really something that I've also seen in my discussions on this. So, I mean, people are always afraid of change. I understand that. But it's this disruption that is going on around us, whether we like it or not, that should make us rethink in terms of what do we need to learn to be more resilient and prepare us for a future. So as long as you are open to lifelong learning and to develop and pass it on, I think you have the best chances ahead of you.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. I think I'll switch over to Jyoti for Jyoti. Could you just
Yes, we do have. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. But before we there are a load of questions that our visitors and the people who are on the thing, viewers have written. However, it was very difficult and shortage of time. We have pulled out 2 questions for you. This is one. The first one is for Mr. Shailendra, which says, what do the current generation look forward to pursue in the terms of career opportunities? I repeat, what do the current generation look forward to pursue in terms of career opportunities? Over to you, Mr. Shailendra.
Well, my answer will be very, very biased. And the answer is that there is a huge opportunity in working around machine learning and analytics and data science, and there is a huge opportunity. But there is a problem, and that problem is that you need to work hard, you need to study more. And I give a very classic example of that from my personal life. When I was a kid in year 10, we used to, I think there are 1, 2, 3, 3 people on this panel from India, right? So in year 10 board, we used to have statistics as a chapter. Most of the time, if you asked anyone, there was a question in the 10th board, which was a or question between the stats and the other geometry, I think. So most of the people will actually skip that question, saying, "Oh, we'll take the other one." And those are the same people who want to now do data science. Now, that is the big problem. You need to be having a good foundation of statistical modeling, statistics, for becoming a data scientist or a machine learning individual. The problem is that you don't want to study, but you want to be there. And that's what is missing. So I would say that if you want to, this is huge. Analytics, machine learning, data science is huge, but it needs hard work. And all those people who want to actually go to that direction, want to do stuff in that space, must take their 10th class stats book, start their foundation up, and then go ahead and think about, it is very exciting area. As I said, that's the brain where everything will be made for the future. So you need to be working very, very hard in that space, and that is very important. And a lot of people want to go there, but they don't want to do the hard work. It's not yet another IT project where you'll write some code and there'll be data in a report out. It's absolutely different. And that's where the difference will come through.
That was a lot of good insight. So it's not only insight for the people who are going to be studying, it's also for the education institute, the way they need to change the way they guide their students, especially now that we're doing. I think that's a fantastic insight that you've given us, Mr. Shailendra.
No, one more thing on the institutions. The problem with the institutions is that they don't know what to teach either. And they're not engaging with the industry. So it's like, well, in our world, it says garbage in, garbage out. In that side of things, they're not engaging with the industry to what the industry wants. And if they don't do that, the chances are that they will be still teaching something which is very theoretical. I was in one of the sessions a few days ago, and I realized one of the ladies, one of the lecturers from a large institution was giving basic fundamentals which are never required in a corporate world. And I don't know why they even teach that. So anyways, so there needs to be a bit of bridge out there that's missing at the moment.
I can see Axel raising his hand, so please go ahead.
Yeah.
You want to add a few words
Yeah.
to this?
Yes, exactly. Some few words actually. Well, the question is actually what is to learn? Well, we have in the education system, when it comes to modern technology, let's say a little bit of let's say kind of anarchy. If you look in India, India is creating 3 new colleges every day, so 1,000 every year, new colleges, and everybody has its own agenda. What we are missing is a kind of a standardization, a kind of a canonical education, because communication and Industry 4.0 relies that we all speak the same language. Otherwise, we end up in the Babylonian chaos, the Babylonian anarchy. And if you want to ask me, what you have to learn is learn the basics. Learn the basics of electronics, learn the basics of computer sciences, and learn the basics of computational statistics. That are the three things that you have to learn. And so if you do not know what a simple flip-flop circuit is, you are not on the top line of computer analytics. That is what I tell the people.
Yeah, I'd be very happy, Axel. I mean, like you actually commented this one. I still have few students then left. Otherwise, everyone would be going into computing. Please go on.
Thank you. Okay, that was a real insight. Now, for the next question, I think this was for Mr. Michelle Burns. Our audience want to know, how can we enhance our skills set for the industry 4.0? I repeat, how can we as an individual enhance our skills set for the industry 4.0? I think I'm also one of the person because I studied something very different. I'm doing very different. And I really don't know where I belong at this age and time where the industry is evolving itself in such a speed. How do we scale up? How do we reach out? And that's the question. And over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. I was going to add also something to the previous point, but maybe I can combine those 2 points together. So I'm not a programmer, or I'm not a development person. So I will come to some of my largest engagement with a team, and I will use my technical interest to get there. Or in other words, if you want to really go into this area, and we heard it in the last question, to really become good at this, you would have to have programming skills. And in terms of, there's a big difference between the applicants who are just good at Googling or downloading some random code and the ones who can write their own, right? But it's a realization that if you are more senior in your career, or you have chosen a different path like myself, it's, for me, the first point is in terms of going in the direction, in terms of understanding what does artificial intelligence means. And there could be a whole different panel on this, but it came from mentoring. I offered some of my time from after London Business School for companies in terms of helping them with go-to-market. I did not understand artificial intelligence then, but I understood marketing, I understood sales, I understood product management, and I offered those skills. And it was an exchange. When you take mentoring serious, then it's really an exchange of knowledge where you gain some insights on different areas in terms of different technology, and you give something else. And hopefully it's this combination. So you get into this, if you're really interested, via mentoring, particularly in the startup areas. There's a lot of people who would really benefit from your experience, particularly if you've been in industry for 20, 30 years and so on. So kind of come with, what have you got to offer? How interested are you? And are you going down more a technical road? Is it really something that where you want to be doing the programming and the technology behind it? Or is it more that there's a wide range of courses available online for free, but also then by Stanford and others? So you can take this as far as you want to with nano degrees and then and so on. But it's maybe the first steps are the most important in terms of getting a sense, understanding it, and then determining where do you want to go to stay relevant. And then I think by this you will find the path for yourself. There isn't a general, you have to do this. Not everybody will have the same passion for the topic like I have or my fellow panelists have, but it's the, how do I enter this? And I'm sure Sharlendra, I haven't read your book, but another great way to start, of course, particularly today, looking into this in other ways, right? So spend your time looking into the future by learning more. That's all I can say in terms of summarizing how you can get into this area or learn more, kind of approach this.
Can I just add one word actually for concrete recommendation?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Do not learn data science. Learn mathematics. Do not learn IoT, learn electronics. Do not learn programming, learn algorithms. The same recommendation that we give for decades. Don't go on the concrete, go on the basics.
Absolutely.
That's very important. That's
very well said. Very well said. I think even
I
Prasanna
want to
wanted to add
one
yes,
last
go
point.
ahead.
Yeah.
Please go
Thank
ahead.
you, Jyoti.
No worries.
So whenever I go to any of those college institutes, a lot of academia talk for the students. What I recommend them, apart from their curriculum, take 3 months out of your curriculum and bring some idea for your college mentors or institutes. And this idea should change something in your society. And while implementing that idea as a startup, adopt some of those emerging techs like AI or blockchain or any of those things. And in this journey, learn a lot. In this journey, talk to your mentors a lot. And I think that's another ultimate way to learn or improve your skills. And that is not only helping you, but also it is helping your society, your friends. And while doing this, make some group within a college, like you and your friends can create a group and collaborate on those ideas, so that apart from learning new skills, you learn how to collaborate, because without collaboration you can't sustain in the 2021 or years ahead. That could be the one more way to really enhance the skills from your college curriculum.
Thank you, Prasanna. So I think this was a very, very interesting discussion. I think we could go on for the whole day the way it was. Like Dr. Amit said, I think it's injustice to give 1 hour, but what to do? We had other business. So with that, I think someday I would look forward to have this discussion for a longer day. And Piktale family, that's a takeaway for you guys. With this, I would like to thank each one of you for the excellent insights that you've given. Dr. Amit Banerjee, the way you moderated, the way you pushed into the things. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who gave us an idea and how can we handle it better. Mr. Prasanna Lohar, for your insights into it. And Michelle, the way you put it across, it does not that you need a bad thing. It's your passion which is going to take you to the next level. And the way Mr. Axel said, it's not the word that you use to learn, but what is the background on it? What is the in-depth of it, which you need to work on it. Like when we were kids, our mathematics was not taught us in this way. It was taught more as a Vedic mathematics, which I think has helped us to count much faster today than our today's generation. So I think thanking each one of you. This was a wonderful session. So can we have a round of applause to all these gentlemen, please? Thank you so much. We go again here.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much for coordinating. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be in touch. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So while we, the gentlemen are moving out of the session, we come into another interesting part of the event today. So when Piktale decided to kind of launch their product, there were 2 agendas for the whole session. The first agenda is to talk about what is the industry coming to, what is it as requirements today, how are the things there. So there was a lot of information session, but more also they wanted to kind of recognize the influencers who have made this happen, the influencers who are taking this to the next level, the influencers who are driving out that. So to do this, they decided to mark their opening, or what you say is the launch of their product today, along with an award ceremony. So today we have the Most Influencers Summit Awards. So what exactly influencers? These are the people who are guiding us and the products that are coming in. So with that much ado, I would like to move on to the awards thing. So there are about approximately 100 people that we are awarding throughout the day. We have taken them from different parts of the world. And there is nothing that somebody is first, somebody is second. We've just gone on the alphabetic order so that we have each one of them is important. Each of their work is important to that. And that's the reason they've made it here. And believe us, this was the most difficult decision for us to take who is going to be the thing, because the list was humongous. But however, we have shortlisted the 100 of them who we thought should be actually recognized and moved ahead. So over to the first award. Could we have the first name on, please? wow, there we have Mr. Amit Das. So I would need a specs to read this. Sorry. The Director HR and CHRO, that is basically the Chief Human Resource Officer. And over to the work that you have submitted on this. Over to the award, please. Can we move to the next slide, please? Congratulations. Amit. Can we have the volume? I can't hear the claps. Anyway, Amit, congratulations and thank you for all the contribution you're there. Would you like to add few words to the session? I think there was a technical glitch. Yes, we're running that again. Sorry about it. You got me. We can. It's already moved to the second portion, so I would just move with that. So we have Mr. Agnel. We've just heard about him right now. The values that he has added. Congratulations to you, and looking forward to hearing few words from you. Do you have anything to say for the on recipient of this award? Yuganti, I think you need to share this sound or we are not able to hear the claps.
Is it audible now?
No, it's not, Yuganti.
Just give me a second.
Sure, no worry. We can this is something we are as a part of it, so don't worry. I know it was working. I've heard that, so I think it's just a thing, so don't worry. While we're doing, I think out there, this is amazing. Congratulations. I think this is amazing. Thank you, Mr. Agnel. So we are now requesting for you to add few words to the Piktale family on recipient. What is your feeling on recipient of this award? Okay, I think he is not, these are new. Okay, can we move to the next one, please? I think he's not able to join in. Move to the next awardee. Mr. Ben Banerjee, congratulations. And we have the details of the gentleman on the screen for you. And congratulations on the award. Move on to the next. Ah, that's nice to hear you. Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. And we would love to hear a few words from you. What's your thoughts on the recipient of this award? And thank you for being the influencer.
Thank you very, very much for this honor. It's amazing. No, thank you. So,
good. So we're good that you're happy, and we're also happy to have you here. Thank you so much for your words. To the next slide, we have Mr. Brain here. Congratulations, Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, are you online? Would you like to say a few words to the Piktale family and the viewers? Hello. I think he is not in there, or he's on mute. Let's move to the next one, please. Congratulations, Ms. Debanji. Wow, nice to see as a female director. Congratulations. And over to you. Do you have Debanji, are you online? Would you like to add few words to our thing? Okay, I don't think she is on the thing. So we will move to the next one, please. Can we have Mr. Deepak? Mr. Deepak Kumar Sareen, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you very much. And I'm deeply humbled, and I think it's great to be a part of the Piktale family. I think they've done a wonderful job to put together the session and also the award ceremony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deepak, for your words. That's really made us feel nice, and it's brought a smile on our face. I'm sure the entire Piktale family is feeling that.
And the very fact that it's about almost 2:15 a.m. in the morning here, speaks that why I'm here.
Wow, thank you so much. That shows the spirit. Thank you so much, Mr. Deepak. This is a fantastic part of being on the digital thing. You are everywhere, we are global. I'm talking from Bangalore, you're talking from your place, and it's 2:30 a.m. and the time, and it's holding our interest. So I think
this is called as working together anywhere.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Kumar. Really appreciate, and congratulations once again on part of the Piktale family and myself. Thank you. Wishing you best of luck. The next one, please. Dr. Amit Banerjee. There, we heard him in the morning, and I think he well deserves this. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Congratulations. Over to you, Amit, for a few words to us. How do you feel on recipient of this award?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The whole event today, I find it's fantastic, and I very much appreciate and wish the best for the whole team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amit. That means a lot to us. All the hard work out there, the Piktale family, you can take a clap on your own back and say, yes, we have achieved something. Wow. So let's go to the next one, please. Yes, we have Dr. Jawhar Shah here. Congratulations, Dr. Jawhar Shah. Yeah. Dr. Shah, would you like to add on a few words on recipient of this award? How do you feel on recipient of the award, and what's your feelings about Piktale? Dr. Shah? Okay, I don't think he's around. Can we move on to the next one, please? And Dr. Bharti, congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Jayant, out to you, Jayanta, sorry. Over to you. Would you like to add few words on the recipient of this awards to us?
Yeah, thank you so much to the Piktale family and Piktale mentors for this beautiful award. I am deeply humbled and grateful for choosing me in this elite group of influencers globally. I look forward for more exciting things from Piktale, as because they have already created the buzz in the platform itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's very encouraging. Yes, we need to excel to meet up with all your expectations. With your wishes and blessings, we are sure we would be doing that. Thank you so much. Over to the next one, please. Dr. Deepa Shri. Welcome and congratulations for being the influencer. And we would love to kind of recognize and give you this award. Congratulations once again. Dr. Deepa Shri, if you're logged in, could you add a few words? Dr. Deepa, are you on? Okay, that's that. Let's move to the next one, please. Yvonne Labor. Mr. Libon.
Just,
if you're logged in, would you like to add? Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I hope the ceremony keeps going well.
Thank you so much. And where are you taking this call from? And what's the time there now?
Melbourne, Australia, land of great coffee.
Okay. So you're almost there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Swan, please. Michael, congratulations. And could you add a few words to us, Michael, if you're online?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Michelle, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep calling you Michael. I'm so sorry, Michelle.
I take both. I'm not so fussy about the name. So thank you. Thank you personally. I know my Indian relatives, my in-laws in Singapore, but also in Stanford, are all watching. So the German-Indian connection is indeed going very strong. And then when I see Ahmed presenting from NUS Singapore, this is actually where my wife and her sister went. So I feel this is a great occasion, and it's an honor for me as a German to receive an Indian award. And I really wish you all success for the launch of your product. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations once again. We move to the recipient of this award. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Could you please add a few words to us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. I really feel very humbled to get this award. And especially thanks to Piktale and his team. And it's an Indian company.
Hey, Mr. Prasanna Lohar, we just heard him on our first panel. Congratulations, Mr. Prasanna, on recipient of this award and for all your contributions. Would we appreciate if you could add a few words to us? Hello, Prasanna, over to you.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this award. And for here onwards, I think happy to contribute in their journey. And thank you, Utpal, for nominating me for this award. So looking forward.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you. And your encouragement means a lot to our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have Mr. Sandeep Shah, known as Sandy in the industry that he is in. Congratulations, Mr. Sandeep Shah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, over to you, Mr. Sandeep. Please do add few words.
My humble, sincere thank you. I'm really touched, and it's a great platform, and I hope it grows well. And also my congratulations to my fellow members.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanjoy Chatterjee, congratulations on the recipient of the award. Mr. Sanjoy, would you like to add few words to the recipient of this award?
Sure. I'm honored for being nominated for this award and being a part of the Piktale family. And in the current days where the security is a concern in the post-COVID scenario, a social media platform with a focus of privacy is most welcome. I'm really looking forward and wish all the success to Piktale family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your wishes mean a lot to us. Thank you. And we would look forward to you to being a part of this journey even in future. So do please share on your websites and other link handles so that other people out there also know what is happening and how important the privacy are there. Thanking each one of you, the awardees. Outward to the next one, please. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, congratulations, well earned, well deserved, and it's our Mr. Shailendra, would you like to add a few words to the Piktale family?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with all the luminaries, all people. The group of 100 people is actually one of the lists where these guys have done some great job. And I'm really excited to see that a lot of people from who've actually delivered stuff are part of this list. Usually influencers list is very, created from who you know, from what you know, but this is something very special. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure. And I think all the people who are watching, it's being watched by a lot of people across various platforms. Thank you very much for being part of this huge, large social family that I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for all your contribution. Looking forward for more editions. And personally, I think I've learned a lot from these sessions. So please share the handles so that a lot more people could join in and benefit from these sessions, which Piktale is talking about it. With this, I would like to move on to our next awardee. Yes, we have a Miss Chakravarti here, Sarboni Chakravarti. Congratulations to you. Would you like to add a few words? Okay, I think she is not in. Okay, we have Suchita, Miss Suchita Priyamanthini. I got it right. Congratulations once again. Suchita, can you add a few words to what is your feeling and how do you feel with the recipient of this award?
Thank you. Namaskar. I'm honored to be receiving this award. Thank you, Piktale. I have been dealing with the students in various capacities for last 27 years, and I have been with them in their good and bad times. In this journey, if I have been able to guide them or influence them in becoming a good and successful human being, I'll take that as my achievement. I also congratulate all other awardees on this occasion. Thank you again, Piktale, for this award. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. And I think you're doing an immense job if you're guiding the students, because I know what a painful student I was. And if
yes, we have 30,000 at KIT and 30,000 at KIS.
I have worked on KIT teams. I've had the privilege of working with the Travel and Tourism Board there. So I think you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we go on to the next award, please? Oh, sorry. There we have the SRK University today. The SRK Universe, which they have in search worked, and that's one of the, I would say they're into community. They're the world's biggest fan club for a megastar. And I don't think anyone and everyone knows Shah Rukh Khan today. So congratulations to the SRK Universe. I think we have a representation from SRK. Someone here? Is someone present?
Yes, yes. Yeah, hi. This is Yash. And,
yes, welcome. And congratulations once again. Would you like to add a few words?
Yeah, thank you for honoring us. And I would like to thank our founder, Mr. Mohammad Ashraf, for founding this community. All our members, all our admins who work really hard and ensure that all the events, all the charity and all other events are done. And I would also like to thank, last but not the least, our idol, Dr. Shah Rukh Khan.
Family for
it's such a great initiative, and we are really humbled and honored to be representing the top 100 influencers here.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. And we would look forward. We would appreciate if you can share these informations on your social handle so that download it and add whatever initiatives you're doing so that we can reach out to more and more people. Thank you so much. I think with that, we have come to an end to the first lot of awards. Congratulations to each and every one of them. I think you guys have well earned it and well deserved it. So of today happening to more and more people put it. There were some of the awardees who could not be giving their award on our website. With this, we move on to our second topic, which is the Digital Revolution 2.0 post-pandemic. pandemic. So all we see and hear today are about the pandemic. This was something which took us, and today with this is a topic where we are thinking that in India actually emerged as a huge digital and IT in the 21st. When I talk to some of the people and my other partners out in the US, when they say, oh, India is so ready with them, you guys are way ahead in the digital space. So we had something like the UPI, the BHM UPI, we had the Janardhan Aadhaar Mobile, then we had direct benefits which were transferred, BharatNet. These were all to promote the social economy. So with this, we would like to see what is that penetration, what is it that we have seen in India, and also what is it that we are going to see in a glance on the curve. So over on this topic, we have, sorry, give me a minute. So we have Dr. We have today Dr. Chakravarti, who is the moderator for this, and I would like to welcome Dr. Jayanta to this session. And the panelists for this discussion are Ben Banerjee, and we have Mr. Nitin Shah, we have Sandy Shah, and he's a founder of Astronic Global. We have all the details of them on the screen. Then we have Ben Banerjee, who is the president of Swiss Impact Investment Association. We have Mr. Nitin Shah, who is the CMD of Allied Digital, and Mr. Sandy Shah, who is the CMD, I'm sorry, House of, and we have Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, who is a co-founder and CTO at Education Technology Solutions. We have Mr. Deepak Kumar Shari, who is the International Network Specialist and also President and CEO at CATS International. Then we have Dr. Asif Iqbal, the President of Indian Economic Trade Organization. So with this, I'm over to you, Dr. Janta, to take it over for your panel discussion. Thank you so much for being there and making this session, making this whole event a success with your discussions. Over to you.
Thank you, Jyoti. The discussion topic is Digital Revolution 2.0 post-pandemic. Now we are yet to see the picture of post-pandemic. We are within the pandemic right now. But you see, any revolution starts with completely new order. Any revolution actually creates a completely new order. And we have seen things like, we have seen and read in history, not everything we have seen. It's Great Depression, oil crisis, famine, then 2008 world collapse of financial crisis. Everything, so many things happened, but COVID-19 is perhaps the mother of all crises. World is divided in, we can say BC and AC. It is before COVID and after COVID. We have seen collapse of health system. We have seen collapse of supply chain. We have seen collapse of, this food, economic crisis, job loss. New words came into our daily life like lockdown, social distancing. The second attack has become more revengeful, which took so many lives. Many families shattered with the loss of their bread earner. Administration could not cope with the massive attack, and we saw acute shortage of drug, oxygen, hospital beds. And small businesses hit like anything. Over 82% of the small business has experienced a negative impact. And 70% believe that it will take them nearly a year to recover the demand level prior to COVID-19. This was surveyed by Dunn and Bradstreet. Very recent Gallup study shows that 45% of the people say that their own life has been badly affected by the coronavirus situation. Many job loss happened. Now, revolution always challenges, always disrupts the system and creates a new ecosystem. And out of this chaos, so many new things emerges. Even with so many challenges, just think that if it is not COVID-19, if it is COVID-10, I'm talking about 10 years back, then what would have happened? Definitely we'll realize that how digital revolution helped to survive, helped to strive in this serious global crisis. The first digital revolutions, as we know, started with the internet, the journey from optimized search to the social media empowered transformation, the way we do business, the way we socialize, the way we get entertained, the way we eat food, the way we get education, blurring the boundaries of digital, physical, and biological world. India has an ocean of talents and abilities to lead the new era. As Swami Vivekananda said, now the center will be Bharatvarsha, that is India. The reflections are now visible across the globe. Now the power of social media, as Piktale is going to be another brand leader, power of social media, we have seen the massive power of social media, making a government, making a social cause, making a social movement. During the current COVID-19, we have seen, especially here in Kolkata, the entrepreneurs came forward, created a forum. They raised through the social media, through crowdfunding, huge amount of money that has been very well orchestrated for, giving support to the healthcare system. And Piktale have a very unique feature, which is called privacy feature, and it is now very badly in demand. Every alternate day, almost, I find some of my friends in Facebook is posting that someone has created my fake profile. And so the global, the overgrown social media, which we already use, need some, alternate support, and there are other niche requirements is coming forward. We are also very soon moving from IoT, Internet of Things, from IoT, we are going to iOS, which will be Internet of Senses. This research is based on 6G, and it is already started in University of Surrey in UK. Many business crashed. Also, many business has gone acceleration, got a huge acceleration. I remember the famous iconic dialogue in Bollywood given by the Bollywood superstar Amitabh Bachchan in a very iconic movie called Diwar, when he was challenging his younger brother that मेरे पास बंगला है, गाड़ी है, दौलत है. I have bangla, I have car, I have wealth. तुम्हारे पास क्या है? What you have? And the younger brother Shashi Kapoor replies, मेरे पास माँ है, I have mother. Now, twisting a little bit of that dialogue, you can easily say that मेरे पास ABC है, which is AI, blockchain, and cloud. The world's first AI war already started, as posted by the Jerusalem Post on 27th of May, that Israel's operation against the Hamas, the IDF, used AI and supercomputer in the last conflict in Gaza Strip. And very interestingly, I found that the beggars in China already using QR codes to get their, begging bowls. They have printed the QR code and they've gone absolutely cashless. So if you are in the game, they are the new god. Global spending in big data and analytics, as we see that it is going to be 274 billion by 2020. Market size for front tech giants. Here, this entire day, we'll be listening to a lot of global stalwarts. We have already started it. Just in the last panel, it was Michel Barnes, it was Salin Kumar, it was Prashant Kumar, and my good friend and brother, Dr. Amit Banerjee. And we have seen the market size is for the front tech technologies like AI, big data, IoT, robotics is almost, right from 2018, it was 350 billion. Now it is going to be 3.2 trillion by 2025. McKinsey, KPMG, all the biggies estimated that digital adoption has taken a quantum leap in both the organization and industry level. Now, increase in remote work. We all know that work from home is now the new mantra. Demand for online purchases shoot up. We have seen the huge business done by Amazon, Netflix. We have seen the business are migrating to clouds, spending on data security, smart decision making is done by the computers, smart computers. So digital revolution and gig economy will give edge and speed. The operation cost will be reduced. It will be very competitive. But the question is that how it is going to impact the youth generation, how many skills they need to learn. That was a little bit discussed in the last panel also. It is estimated that 45% of the job can be automated. At the same time, there is a huge skill gap. Now, technology needs to solve some real issues also. Why pandemic like COVID cannot be predicted? Why the gap between the rich and poor is increasing day by day? The latest development of medical science is not reaching to the poorest of the poor. How we are going to bridge the digital divide, how digital revolution will transform the life, even in the remotest corner of the earth. And we have galaxy of global thought leaders and industry veterans to discuss the never-ending and super exciting topic. I would like to start with Ben Banerjee. Ben is the, as you have seen that Ben is a global thought leader, and Ben is heading the Swiss Impact Association. And I would like to ask Ben that, Ben, as you know, as we have seen that a lot of changes are happening in this pandemic situation, and so many new emerging fields are coming. At the same time, innovation is the focal point of the digital revolution, and the R&D expenditure, what we see that the world GDP growth, if it is 2.6%, the percentage of GDP invested in R&D is 1.72. High income countries, GDP growth rate is 1.4%, and percentage of the GDP is 2.42, given such poor focus on R&D. It is in 2018, and annual equity funding for tech startups in Africa doubled to more than 1 billion. How innovation without R&D will happen? And can impact investment play a game changer role? This is my first question to you.
Thank you, Jayant. These were quite a lot of questions, but I'll start. I think a couple of points I would like to mention is that you said that this is the mother of all crises, the pandemic. I don't agree, because I think we are in a far, far greater crisis, and that is the climate change and the loss of biodiversity. I don't know if you have read the most recent report that in the next 10 years, this pandemic took out 4% of our international GDP. The next 10 years, the way we are going, if we continue going like that, we are going to face a collapse of 14% of our GDP in 10 years' time. And this is the minimum number I'm talking about. Big economy like India and all that doesn't even count. They will be extremely severely and negatively impacted. So that's starting on a gloomy nose. What you another mention is that, so that's why we focus mainly from the impact investment, we focus mainly on the businesses which are doing something good for the society and environment. So, and that is really the crux of it. That is the only thing that we believe can make a difference, because nor can the governments and nor can the major corporations help at this moment. That's what we are educating and calculating on. Secondly, you mentioned about investments in innovation. We do a lot, including not only in tsunami, but also on earthquake. We have invested in a big company in Israel, which can predict earthquake even a couple of hours earlier, which is very different to others. About the big its SMEs in India, the small and medium businesses. Of course, India has been our main destination since a couple of decades, since we started. So we have been investing in the agri sector, in the social sector, in all the sectors in India. So that has been very, very interesting. But what you asked about is the innovation. And that's very interesting, because impact investment is generally or usually the part of public-private funding, which is going on in Europe very strongly, and blending finance, because these are the blending finance, public-private funding are the main pillars of innovation here in Europe, or European companies, which are based in India, in Asia, anywhere. So if, for example, I had mentioned also earlier about the European Investment Bank, they put aside 1 trillion euros only to be invested in climate-related technologies, businesses all around the world. So there is a very, very considerable amount of resource available for innovation. Problem is there is a gap between the impact investors and the businesses, because somehow they can't find each other or they don't know each other's criteria. But there is also a gap between private fund and public fund. So you hear very often that when the government say, oh, this problem is too big, we can't solve it alone, we need private sector. And you hear exactly the same from the private side when the private sector says, oh, this problem is too big, we need the government's support. So, and in both sides, and by private sector, I mean generally the impact investment. So we have been working quite a lot on this. So yes, we are focusing and investing in innovation in India and all around the world, as long as it is, when I'm speaking, that it is generally as long as it is limited to the impact sector. I hope I answered your question with that.
Yeah, you have answered very lucidly, but we are also scared about your warning that it is not the mother of crisis, and we are going to face something more bigger. And as you, I know that you are a global thought leader on the climate change and the alternate energy, and we are facing repeat cyclones, tsunamis, and so many, natural disasters. a major shift is happening in the use of fuel and alternate energy. Is somehow pandemic is a part of that shift of this climate change, or can you highlight what is the current scenario, how it is going to impact the future of business and life both?
So the pandemic indeed is not only it is caused by the climate change itself. I mean, if you look at our history, how many of these pandemics have not come? And I think as per our history, nearly each and every of this pandemic has generated from China, including the plague in Europe. So as long as we keep on going on destroying the biodiversity and destroying the natural habitats, because nature has its own quarantines. The animals or the viruses and bacteria in cold region are quarantined there. As we keep on destroying the nature, we are taking away these natural quarantines. That means we are going to release more and more. And this pandemic, this corona, is absolutely nothing compared to the pathogens which are in the stuck in the permafrost. And permafrost is very fast depleting. A friend of mine from the Arctic mentioned last week, temperature in the Arctic has gone to plus 30. So this is going to release bacteria and viruses which are far more devastating than this corona. Corona is nothing compared to that. So yes, indeed, we are facing massive amount of issues, but to fight it, we have to use the technology and we have to focus on the digital. Digital world is a very new world which has come up. I mean, new compared to the history of humanity. And it is making massive changes. And the thing is, it is not new. If you read the book, The Third Wave by Alvin Toffler, it was written a long time back where he had already predicted the digital world. But now we are on the point 2.0 and soon we'll be on 3.0. So yes, it is impacting us. And this is the only way we can, or not the only way, but one of the strongest way we can make a difference. Yes, the global supply chain has been hit and it will, in a way, it will maybe recuperate itself. Once the pandemic goes a bit down, the supply chain will again go back to where it was. But our lifestyles have differed and changed, and everything around it has changed. And I think that's never going to go back. So we have to get used to working from home. We have to get used to shopping online. So these things is going to make a massive change in our lifestyle, which in many ways is extremely positive, but also in many ways it's impacting people, especially in the weaker part of the world. It's impacting Asia. It is having devastating effect on Africa with the job unemployment and everything. And that is where, again, a digital world plays a role, because then we are talking about financial inclusion. There's billions of people in Africa who are outside of the economy. And thanks to this COVID, which has devastated them even further, we can supply them with technology and tools to make a living and to proceed further on. So this gives a golden opportunity for the digital world to take over. And the best part of the story, what I still find is that we still don't have in our sector, we do not have big guys like Facebook or Google or anybody. There's no big guys yet to dominate or monopolize.
Okay, then it can be a good opportunity for the Piktale also.
Mm-hmm.
A good role in
exactly. To really focus on what really means a value. And we should not teach our kids things that we know, because if you look at 20, 30 years ago, we did not know 30 years ago how life will be today. In fact, we did not know 2 years ago or 3 years ago how life will be today. So how can we teach our kids the same thing, the same education that we have received, because it is completely useless and worthless for them. It's not creating any future for them. We have to teach them what they need. So, and that is where the digital part plays. So we should slowly get away from the traditional based education, even in India, which is a massive issue, because we are teaching kids things which has no values already now, and it certainly won't have values in the future. So let's create on the base. Let's focus on the base values.
Okay, Ben. So it's very interesting to know so many happening. And what concerns me more is small businesses. As we know that small business is badly hit everywhere. So now even small business have various new domains also, new ideas are procuring, and given the focal point now in Indian SME, they are also looking for better credit facilities, better marketing support, and adoption of technology. But awareness about the impact investment is not very prominent so far. I see actually. how you see the future of impact investment in Indian context, and what are the opportunities in funding for small businesses they are mostly?
That's very, very interesting, because this is the communication of that we educate, or we try to educate. So since the business of our history of impact investment, that's like 20 years old, India has been one of the main destinations of investments. And it has always been SMEs, because nearly in every country's SMEs is the background, is the backbone. It's not only India, it's Germany, it's the United States. So we have to focus. So all our investments have been always in small and medium businesses, and we have been doing it since a long time. The issue is that often Indian businesses or SMEs are not aware of the resources that are available for them. Funding resources, partnership resources, business development resources, all these are available, only they're not aware of it. They don't know about it. And that's what we do, is that we support them, not only in setting up the companies and seeking partners, but also we raise funds. Like I mentioned 1.5 years ago, we raised 120 million euros for a Swiss company, which is fully 100% only operational in India. So there is resource available for the SMEs, and there is a very big future, because as long, and okay, I keep on going back to the impact, as long as these SMEs are doing something good for the society or for the environment, or they are, in other words, they are working for one of the SDGs, there's enough resources available for them. They just need to know where to get it from and how to get it. That's the important part. So my advice to SMEs would be focus on implementing or solving the United Nations SDGs. And if you do it properly, there's more than enough resources available for them.
What I find that we need more handholding for the SMEs, so for the impact investment opportunity, and through this we can also help to implement the SDG development, SDG goals as defined. So thank you, Ben, for all the insightful answers, and we are looking forward for more discussions. And I should now move to Nitin Shah. Nitin ji, are you online? Okay.
Yeah, I'm online. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Nitin ji, good afternoon. And as we all know that you are having a global presence through your AI-based and technology solution-based company, Y.A.I Digital, and your operations are almost across the globe. And how your team combated COVID, and being a digital enterprise, actually how you handle the disruptions. Because, you know, for theory, there we can have a lot of discussions, but when we are talking to real-time business solutions and entrepreneurs, business solution providers and entrepreneurs, we'll see a real insight of the situation, what is happening. And I think you can add a lot of value to it.
So let me give you your answer differently. Almost about a decade back, we had thought about doing everything, whatever that's possible remotely, and send people only wherever it is required. So we did a lot of support IT services from our network operations center and security operations center. And we had been constantly watching at the trend that's happening. So we have a rule in our company, look one eye at what's happening currently, but always look with a second eye, what's next. So we had been growing along with the industry, the way industry has grown. And what we have seen that last 5 years, the change that has happened is as big as what had happened 30 years before that. So we created a new version of Y.A.I Digital known as a disruption driven. So I was that time talking only about technology related disruption, which happened, and we coined a new word known as Y.A.I Digital version 6.0, which is a disruption driven before 1st of Jan. But we never knew about pandemic is going to happen. So the pandemic hit probably in 2020, March, April. And we realized, so what we have seen since then, huge disruption happened, and the big balance that people were working on to balance between life and livelihood. So much so disruption. And the people, as I've said, the technology is something always comes as a rescue. And people have decided then to make use of technology to see that we not only survive, our livelihood also will be taken care of. So we did wonderful job as soon as we realized the lockdown happened, and we immediately put all our resources to operate from home. And it became very easy for us because they were all working from NOC. So we had to just create a VPN and used to make them operate from their home with a secured access. So that's why I think almost like, a smooth transition without any disruption, we could do that. So that is one thing that we saw. And now that every customer is wanting to get into that. So this disruption has helped to accelerate our business actually. And it doesn't really matter from where you operate. Now, most of the meetings we all do out here right now, many people are coming from the different geographies and all. So at the same time, the experts in our industries, they've also started developing so many new platform and technology to enable people to communicate and operate from the home. So we are all leveraging that. And the best part that I've seen in my 44 years of IT industry is that whenever there is a big issue the world is facing, it is a technology which comes as a great rescue to them. And the best part, what I could see that technology, what we talk about emerging technology like cloud, AI, blockchain, you talk about all kind of technology is becoming now affordable. The good invention that has happened, the speed of the system has also greatly increased, processing speed. The storage has become also very, very cheap and very high storage in a very small form factors. And the networking is also becoming extremely fast. With 5G coming in, you'll see a lot of change in the IT industry landscape, but one has to keep watching in their business how fast they could adapt to this change. And I'm very optimistic and bullish about going ahead using technology, because we are now already entered into a digital world. So I always say the world is reset during the pandemic. The new rules of the games are coming up. And the best part is that, this digital world is going more toward physical world. Very little gap which is going to be there over a period of time. So one has to keep doing a lot of introspection and see how they could shape up their own business and use maximum use of technology and adapt digital, or do digital transformation or digital technology.
Okay. And so far the industry situation is concerned, how you are preparing for the new talents and how you are, there is a huge skill gap as it is discussed in so many forums. So how you are going to handle it actually for the future demand?
Sure, everybody says with the technology coming up, the employment will get reduced and all that. According to me, it's not going to be reduced. The requirement will be shifted from what they were doing to what they would be doing. So there is, everybody has to challenge the status quo, and relearning, repurposing, reskilling is a must for anybody. As far as I am concerned, at the age of 66 years, I still keep learning every day, because all the thing which I am learning is what it wasn't there 5 years, 10 years. So it is up to everybody to keep watching as to what they need to learn, and they become relevant over a period of time. And pandemic has given a very good opportunity for people to reskill themselves by using all those methodology of distance learning and all. So we did a lot of things for our company, our employees too, to get trained, reskilled, lots of training programs that we conducted. People used to operate from their home, and acquired a skill which they were not having. And we are also exploring the possibilities of deploying those skill set to newer kind of business, especially on cloud and cybersecurity and all.
Okay, very interesting. My next question will go to Mr. Deepak Sarin. Deepak ji, are you there?
Yes, very much there.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank you for your energy and your what I can say enthusiasm in the morning. So we are almost in the we are running into the next day almost for you. So thank you so much for joining. And Deepak, as you are the director of the Software Promotion Councils from Government of India. And back then it was a challenging and daunting task because people are not aware that it can be a good business, etc. And now you see the new world of digital revolution 2.0, and so many changes you have seen. So how you see the opportunities building, emerging for the Indian SMEs as well as the global opportunity of getting business from here to here? I would like to know about it.
Thank you, Dr. Janta. First of all, let me congratulate Piktale, for creation of this very strong social media platform and offering it to India and of course to the rest of the world. And also, I wish all of you a very happy Father's Day today. So I think all of you should celebrate that. So all the fathers here, I think a very happy Father's Day to you. I think, I have seen two very distinct journeys. I remember that I was in the US for the decade of 1980 to 1990. And during those days, if you were to make a telephone call, it would take you at least 3 to 4 hours to, how they would unfold, it's too early to say. But certainly, the digital era has really helped. Certainly, business opportunities. Now today, just a minute back, we heard about a 2.1 magnitude earthquake near Delhi. So the entire digital technology has enabled business happening into a totally different mode. And how it will unfold in probably maybe next 5 to 10 years, nobody can say, but it's certainly very challenging and very daunting. And hopefully, I'm a very optimistic person, and we hope to see that yes, new challenges would be taken up, and we will find solutions. So digitally, when you look at, and I think when we talk about the learning process, also, I think we believe that life is an ever-learning process. So I think as we go along, we will learn newer technologies, and we will see new ways of business communications, and certainly we will see new ways of business happening across the world.
Fantastic. Actually, for that reason, actually, COVID has created a lot of new demands, and based on that, actually, we created this platform called Asymmetric Global Consulting, where many of the stalwarts like you are there, and we are trying to make it the best of the best, providing real-time solutions. And ask Sanjay Chatterjee. Sanjay is a good friend of mine. He is both a real-time magician and the technology magician. And also Sanjay Chatterjee is the SME Council member of the NASCOM. And so he is very much into, not only he is doing his own domain of expertise, he is also mentoring a lot of new enterprise across the vertical. So, and also he's into the medical task force, very closely work with the Bengal government's COVID movement. I am curious to know that what are the current level of challenges so far the digital revolution is concerned for the manufacturing units, Sanjay. And also, since these are all interlinked, transportation, logistics, these are all remain critical challenges we have seen since last attack of COVID. So what will be your take and suggestion or solutions?
Sure. So, I might give some examples from West Bengal, but yeah, it is true more or less for all the states as our experience goes. In the manufacturing sectors, if we categorize the SME and the normal, big industries, the problems are different. And of course, this is not only challenges, by the way. Whenever there is challenge, there is an opportunity as well. So we should look into that angle. So there was a very big challenge for SMEs in the manufacturing sectors in short-term basis, and that challenge was literally, hit. Even I've seen Bengal's hundreds and thousands of SMEs. They had a direct, immediate struggle because they are not cash rich. Their cash flow was a challenge. Manufacturing unit, they couldn't go for a job, and it was a job loss. It was a production loss. It was every way they got hit. But again, so what was the immediate solution? And a lot of government and also a public-private initiative that had been taken place in this area. So the short-term basis, the solution was primarily diversification. So that had given a lot of impact very quickly. So a lot of MSMEs in Bengal, who they were doing some other manufacturing, had been shifting to the manufacturing which is required, like PPE manufacturing and etc., which is required for the pandemic scenario. So that's one. But in the mid-term and long-term, the way, in fact, both central government and state government, many state governments, as I know personally, they are going towards creating a marketplace. So that's the only way these SMEs can look, and these are the huge opportunity even in the post-pandemic or during pandemic scenario. Like Facebook, you have seen they have created a marketplace. So I would request like Piktale, can they think about this area, because the social media is the best way in connecting. And in this marketplace I'm talking about from two terms, like if you see like Indian structure of MSMEs are very interesting. So it has got a lot of clusters. Like Bengal has 546 clusters. Now these clusters are like where you are similar companies are working together, like for jewelry, for apparel, for leather, for many. So they can get a kind of a demand and supply aggregation wise. So that's another important factor. Like the small MSMEs on their own, it's difficult for them to really cope up the situation unless they are kind of working together and getting a platform by government and private sector together, creating this marketplace, enabling supply and demand side aggregation. So that's one area. For the big manufacturing, or at least the medium size and more enterprises, the problem is more rather, I would say, opportunity than problem. Yes, there is challenge, of course, there, but immediately because their size is moderate, and also they are now going towards new areas of opportunities. What you have already mentioned, like industrial IoT is now becoming a part and parcel of any manufacturing unit, and technologies which have already started in Europe. It just started quite a big, starting from big industry like oil and gas and all, what you call a digital twin. So it's like a combination of IoT, iOS, your CAT, but AR, VR, and of course analytics. So imagine a plant is operating, and then you can predict like what's happening in that plant virtually in real time, and having a AR, VR kind of a feeling. So that's another area. I mean, these are the opportunities coming up. And along with this, there is another thing to make this happen is like the transportation, because manufacturing industry, unless the supply chain is there, it collapses. As you can know, we can buy remote, through online, but so that's a big area. And in fact, there are technology interventions which are happening in using drone, for the low altitude drone for logistics. Part of some of the committees help to run, even help the whole industry as a whole. So this transit is another. Second revolution in transit is coming, where you are doing a multi-provider transit. Like in one word, people are going to call it transit as a service. So imagine you are booking only once, going from place A to place B. 1/3 of the journey you are taking Uber, next 1/3 you are taking a ferry, and next 1/3 you are taking Ola, but you are paying only once. So, and this provider. So these are a lot of technology interventions. Probably, there are a lot of other use cases, but in gist, manufacturing, transit, and logistics, these are so connected, and there are challenges, but there are opportunities too. So that's what I try to, those are the points that I like to
Thank you, Sanjay, for such insightful discussion. And now I would like to ask, move to Sandeep Shah. Sandeep. Sandeep Shah is famous as Sandy to all of us and across the globe. And Sandy is credited for resurrecting the mighty Amitabh Bachchan company ABCL, and he is also consultant and advisor to very prestigious international committee of ADO and IZF. So Sandy, technology is really a solution of its own, and problems such as poverty, hunger, climate change, or inequalities in health or education are inevitably very complex. And challenges like income gap, digital divide, and shortage of skills to overcome this sustainable development goal is taken. It's a mammoth task. Now, as a participant, as a member of this two prestigious forum who are very much dedicated for the noble causes, can you share some inputs and examples that what is happening and how they think, how they are strategizing to combat these never-ending issues?
Thank you, Doctor. In fact, what earlier Mr. Ben Banerjee mentioned, it's a paradigm shift. This pandemic, in fact, has changed the rules of the game, and there's huge awareness now about climate change and sustainability. And going forward, I think it's a collective responsibility of each and everyone globally to work towards a growth model which is sustainable. We are being a part of two foundations, one under the Norwegian Prime Minister's office and one under the Japanese Prime Minister's office. We also engage in the research endeavor of Nobel Peace Prize, and all the sovereign nations, economists, and everybody has a feeling that we have to. This pandemic was just a wake-up call, and going forward, we have to be very aware and responsible, and we have to take the corrective measures now so that the world doesn't face another problem like this. Like this pandemic has made everyone aware that there have been job losses, economies have got affected, our daily livelihoods, healthcare systems have been challenged globally. And I think going forward, I hope we take cognizance of this and we take the corrective measures, and we all as a world all the nations have to cooperate, all the institutions, foundations, thought leaders, heads of states, even each and every citizen of this planet has to take it forward, and I think play a very constructive role and involve all the stakeholders. That's what the biggest learning of this pandemic.
Yeah, very true. And one more question to local to global level migration. Do you think that the old model of consulting will work, and do you think that the handholding is adequate in the?
I mentioned earlier to take those brands globally, which will make a remarkable difference in various geographical locations. And I think the need of the hour is that the brands which will add value to the livelihoods of people, because essentially the core of any nation is the people, and this power of the people. Even the technology is an enabler, and the digital revolution which you are talking about post-pandemic, I think will only add value to corrective measures. And there's tremendous work to be done on this field. Industrial farming is of great concern. The emissions, the climate, the protection which we have from the ozone layer which has been depleted, as well as animals. So I think as a mankind, we have to be responsible. Any organization, opportunity, and a platform to going forward.
Okay, so Sandy, thank you so much for adding so many inputs. And
thank you so much.
I would like to go back to Nitin Shah ji. Nitin ji, 2030, AI will contribute an additional 15.7 trillion to the global economy, of which 40% will come from the productivity gains and 9.1 trillion from the consumption of side effects. Okay, so now how you see regional business owners are adequately skills to combat the new demand in the market as well as the new business order?
Sorry, Nitin, just before you start, sorry, just for an interruption. Dr. Chakravarti, we have about another 15 minutes and maybe another 3 minutes for the thing. I'm sorry to do, it's a very interesting thing, but over to you, but we are running short of time. That's what
actually we'll be concluding very soon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let me give you answer very fast. In fact, what you've been talking, I see as an opportunity for India. As you know that AI, huge amount of investment, about $1 trillion happening in USA is number one, China. I think India is it's possible to become third largest country for AI, provided government comes with the AI should be included at school level itself from standard 6 onwards. And lots of investment government has to do to promote AI. If we do not do, we will not get next chance again, to be ahead of the world. So I think AI adaptability is has to be very fast, and So far, our education system had been very good, very subjective. And AI, if you really look upon, is a kind of a technology which requires you to think laterally and then make use of your knowledge, what you've done. So I feel we have a good opportunity and scope for, especially for our next gen, to adapt these technologies and make a mark in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are actually concluding the very insightful and very interesting discussion by all the participants across the globe. And I feel that the entire digital revolution 2.0 should also bring some well-being of so far the career is concerned, so far the community is concerned, so far the physical well-being is concerned, so far the social well-being is concerned, and the financial well-being is concerned. So, and with this, I would like to conclude the panel discussions, and over to Jyoti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaspreet. Just before we of asking these questions to the panel.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, so this question is for Mr. Deepak Serene. Okay, and it says that how can we help the Indian startups taking them to the next level, that's to give a global presence worldwide? I repeat, how can we help the Indian startup to push themselves into the global worldwide? So could we have some answers from you, Mr. Deepak Serene?
Deepakji, are you there?
Yeah, sure. I think that's, it's a big challenge and opportunity. When you look at the global, the marketplace is there, and there are about almost 4.5 million or 5 million SMEs in India. So the biggest challenge for most of these companies is access to the market. And I think Dr. Chakravarti, here is a great opportunity for companies like yours, Accentric Global, where these small companies can be taken to the marketplace. The challenge on the other side is how do you do the vetting on both the sides? In terms of Accentric Global can play a very important role in getting the the buyer and the sellers together and ensuring that a smooth transition happens in terms of an opportunity. So certainly, there are great opportunities, and of course, it is a challenge, because the SMEs find that access to the market is very difficult. When you go into large markets like the US, it is very easy to find yourself lost anywhere. So I think with the implementation of some government programs that are available in terms of market access, which the Department of Commerce and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry runs in the Government of India, it is possible that we are able to take this mass of SMEs into the global markets.
That's interesting. Thank you so much.
I would also like to add 2 words with Deepak's insight. Actually, already Accentric Global is working in this forum, this domain actually, and we are trying to prepare the business owners for the next level journey, including funding, because most of the cases we have seen that what they look for and where they reach, there is a huge gap which needs to be bridged. And also Nitin Shahji is taking a very brilliant initiatives where we are also a part of that. They are planning to educate almost 1 lakh business owners, small business owners, for coping up the, for migrating to the next level of business in the digital era. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And also, Dr. I think, funding is not really an issue, because, there is so much of good money available anywhere that, if you identify the right companies, the funding is not really an issue as of today.
Yes, yes. The preparedness is the main problem that we have seen actually. Okay, what to Jyoti?
Thank you. So to the next question for this session is for Mr. Nitin Shah. So generally the viewers, at least a couple of the viewers have asked the same question, and they want to know, what do you think is the importance, how important is privacy matters in this digital world today? Basically, they said, is privacy important, and to what extent is it important is what they want to know.
Do you mean privacy, right?
Yes, it's privacy, P-R-I-V-A-C, privacy.
Yeah, okay. So I think it is a hot word right now. Everybody is concerned about privacy, more in Western countries, but India is also become very conscious about it. So naturally, the personal data need not be shared to anybody. we haven't put so many measures as other countries have put in. But according to my knowledge, it's very, very my information. Privacy is extremely important, and if it is it's being breached, okay, or the data is gone to some wrong people, it could do a lot of damage. I think the new enforcement should also come, and new laws should also be formed immediately to protect the personal data of a persons. And I think this is the right initiative Piktale has done right now. And I'm very happy that I've told you that it's an Indian company. As all these, American companies, Google, Facebook, they are not bothered about other countries' individual people's privacy data. And now Piktale coming in will definitely give a platform for people to remain very closely connected and share their private information to others. So I must congratulate Piktale to create such initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nitin Shah. I think, yes, privacy is important. Recently, we had some issues on the airlines, their details being confronted became a big issue in the corporate world, like what was the data which was shared with the people. So I think this is a very interesting what you shared and so forth. So with this, we come to an end of the session. Thank you to individual, each one of you for making this session very interesting. And personally, I would say there was a lot of insight for me. It was the way there was put that the marketplace is the next thing for the small SMEs to be there. Fund, there is no, but putting the relevance to a business and making it go is what was important. And I think that was all insight what our viewers are taking out there to pick up. And I'm sure Piktale will take this to the next level and invite people to make use of these suggestions which were given by the eminent speakers today. So thanking personally to Dr. Jan Chakrabarti for moderating the sessions and contributions from Mr. Ben Banerjee, Mr. Nitin Shah, Mr. Sandy Shah, Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, Mr. Deepak Sareen, and Dr. Asif Iqbal. Thanking you all for this. With this, I would like to move on to our second session. Thanking you, thank you. Please continue to stay there. Share on your handles about this event. So that more and more people will see. If you've already not downloaded the app, please do download the app to see where and what is Piktale story all about. Thank you so much. Wow, we started the session in the morning and it's already the lunch hour coming in. And still we have the peoples on there and globally people joining in, more and more people joining in. This is nice to have a look at that. So now with not much ado, I would like to move on to our next session, which is all about future of social media, which is what is the ideal one, bringing social media to the forefront of the mainstream of business. I think that's the call of the hour today. So while I'm before I introduce you to the moderator and the panelist of this thing, I would again like to urge in, please go and subscribe for this so that you can make avail of the offers that are coming in, making money out of data. The Art and Science of Analytics by Mr. Sailendra Kumar, which is available only for today for free when you take a download of this. Then of course you will get the Piktale magazine, and then you'll have the Piktale reward points. That's going to help you when you download the app for picking up certain products which are available, maybe on Flipkart and other things. So looking forward, and more company. Watch us on live channels which are there for more information and data. With this, I would like to welcome Professor Y.A.I. Chowdhury for the session on social media, the future of social media. And he is a professor and vice chancellor at Adams University. And we have Ms. Vandana Sharma, who is a military Mr. Rudra Dasgupta. Congratulations on receiving and being one of the influencers, top influencers. We're very happy to be extending this. If you're logged in, and please do share your views and a few words. Can we move to the next one? We have Santoshi Shetty here. Hi, Santoshi. Congratulations on the award. Santoshi, are you logged in? We would appreciate to hear a few lines from you if you've logged in. Okay, it's just not available. Could we move on to the next one, please? Mr. Prabhu Desai. Congratulations on recipient of the award. Mr. Prabhu Desai, are you logged in? And if you are, please unmute and okay, to the next one, please.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Vidyadhar here. This is Vidyadhar here, and I'm co-founder of LeadCap Ventures and World Economic Forum's Global Shaper, and as well as received World Bank's prize on youth unemployment. Thank you, Piktale, for awarding me as one of the social influencers, along with the other awardees as well. I see all of them are very incredible, and I'm a thank of Piktale for picking me in the list. I would like to congratulate Piktale for starting up this incredible platform, which will help influencers like me to create more awareness about issues, about businesses, about technologies, about innovations across the world, as well as influencers. Our role is to amplify the impact that is created through by raising awareness or helping work on the ground. So I think Piktale has done an incredible job in assembling these influencers all together onto a single platform, so that they could full the global summit, which has more than 5,000 people attending across the globe, and influencers all together. I was congratulated for them to bringing them onto the platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Viren, and congratulations once again on the recipient of this award.
Thank you so much.
Okay, before we move on, I think I went a little too fast. So Dr. Girish Kumar, who we've already awarded, I believe you're logged in. So please do add your comments. I'm so sorry, I went a little too fast.
It's okay. Thank you. So I'm very happy to be a part of this Piktale award ceremony, which you are influencing so many people in this globally. So as you told that around 5,000 plus people coming in one platform and exchanging their views and want to help mankind. It's a big initiative from everyone. So I personally like to thank Piktale for bringing this platform live, and the future also more things should be happen in this platform so that we can exchange our thoughts and ideas to the mankind. Thank you so much, Jyoti, for this opportunity that you people are giving to us.
The pleasure was all ours. The pleasure was all ours, and we are very, very happy to be there. And Dr. Karish, it was a very encouraging words that what you've said. So we would love for you to be one of our well-wishers. Keep sharing your views individually, also with Abhijit and Utpal and Mr. Mahavir, so that we can scale ourselves. Everything is a learning curve. Thank you, and once again, sorry for rushing it out at that time.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay,
bye.
Thank you. So we have one more, if I'm not mistaken. Can we go there? Yes. Youth Against Rape Foundation. A lot of things are said and done, and congratulations for whatever that you've done. We are very happy. Is there somebody from the organization here representing? If there is somebody representing from the organization, please introduce yourself and say a few words for us. Okay, I think there's no one. I don't want to be said I was too fast, so I'll give it another 2-3 seconds. I don't think I can see anyone here. So I think with that comfortably completed on the award ceremony, we can quickly move to the next topic. What do we have on the next topic today? Okay, the next topic is all about significance of privacy, security, and cyber defenses in the social media ecosystem. And I think I've personally been hearing a lot of this, reading about it. Somebody cheated somebody took away money. Somebody had charged my card for an Apple product. I didn't remember now what it was. Anyway, there was something, and I suddenly said, "Oh, I've brought this." So these were things which happened, and I think every one of us would like to know more about it. Before we go to introduce you to the moderator and share and move so that we can get more and more people to get onto this, we come to know what it is which would help each one of you. It's all about being social, being seen and heard. And also today, I think till 12 o'clock tonight, if I'm not mistaken, India time, we will have the book written by Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Making Money Out of Data, available for a download free of cost. At no thing, otherwise its average price is at about $40. I think that's a good initiative. Thank you for that, Mr. Shailendra. Plus, you will be getting the Piktale magazine, which covers about the event today and other things. And more than that is the reward points you would be doing when you download the app now. So go there and download the app and put your comments on it and get the points which you can later use. And I think all of us love those points. When somebody calls and says, you have so many points left, would you like to shop? Whether I have money or no, I will say, yes, I want to make use of it. I don't want it to let it go. So it's good to be there. So with that, please continue watching us and keep encouraging us. With that, I would like to invite my dear friend, Mr. Utpal Chakravarti, the head of Y.A.I, and also a S-Bank and a TED speaker and an author, as a moderator for this session. And with him to join on this panel, we have Mr. Syed Mushir Ahmed, Chairman and Managing Director of FinStep Asia. And then we have Dr. G.V. Rao, who is a Senior Advocate of Supreme Court. And then we have Mr. Arjun Wan, and he's a Chief Strategic Wizard at www.cats. I think that's on board of this. Then we have Esteli, who would be also an author and digital media advisor and storyteller, and also a global thought leader. Then we have Mikhail Balo, the Executive Agile Coach, founder of Aquera. So welcome to all. Utpal, I'm handing it over to you to kind of take it further from there.
Thank you, Jyoti. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear.
Okay. Thank you so much for introducing that panel. A lot of known faces are here. So many of them are already connected to me, or they are my friends. So hello, Alice. Hello, Michelle, Dr. G.V. Rao, Mushir. So yeah, so all of I think I know and Arjun. Yeah. So thank you so much to be part of this panel. So our topic today is a bit I think very interesting topic, and I have not done any kind of preparation for this. And so I remember those days in 2011 or 12 when I first created my Facebook account. So at that point of time, I've never thought of any privacy or security. I think it was only for fun I have created. So I will be able to see some of the faces of my school friends, some colleagues and all those things. And slowly and gradually, it started entering into all areas of my life. So be it my professional life, be it my personal life, or be it my public life where I do public speaking and all other things. So everywhere social media has started entering. And today, if you look at, yes, security, privacy, and data protection or protection of your content is one of the major factor, I think. And definitely we should be concerned about that, whether the social media platform which we are using, whether they are providing those kind of security features to our data and content or not. So this is actually a very serious subject today, but we'll try to make it as light as
possible, because I think social media should be discussed lightly. Social media should not be taken lightly, but social media should be discussed very lightly. So that's what I feel. So with that, I think I've got a couple of questions, and I'll start with Elise probably. And probably the same question I'll take it to the other panel, because this is a very fundamental question. So what, in your view, Elise, what do you feel like in your personal experience, how this priority today is important for you while you are using social media platform? What do you, Alice?
Good, Paul. Yes. First of all, hello everybody at Piktale today. What an amazing day to be launching this platform and to be here. And when it comes to social media, I feel we need to be educated more on what privacy and security are all about, because Utpal is not just about social media. Companies have been collecting data on people way before computers. So I remember reading about Starbucks as an example, and how at the beginning they used to write down every single person's order, and then they would add it to a list, a physical data file, because that way they knew what a customer had before, able to serve them better next time. And data collection has been around since the 80s. And it was in the 90s, when consumer internet arrived, that companies started to increase the collection of data. But customers never truly voiced their concerns like they are doing now, because we did not have digital access information like we do today. And today, according to a study that I read from the Internet Society and Consumers International, there are currently 69% of consumers which are concerned about privacy. So the data that is being collected now on social media, mobile apps, and the internet in general is extremely important. And this is compared to 0.01 from the 90s. Like, this is a huge leap within the last couple of decades. And the main reason, of course, is that due to social and digital, we are more aware of how companies are using data. Now, we then have huge worldwide stories such as the Cambridge Analytica scandal. 832 million records were exposed, if you all remember, right? And that's the story that kicked off a huge rattle in consumers' minds, and it made them more concerned about what it means for data to be out there. And of course, after that, then we have the governments getting involved. And I'm sure Mr. Rao will have a better understanding of this, because that's when the GDPR, just over 3 years ago, that came into play, especially in Europe. And that was said to be the toughest privacy and security law in the world, Utpal. But still not everybody understands or complies with it. So the fact that now everyone is turning the attention to social media channels, and we're hearing more about it due to easier access, for me is a logical evolutionary step, and it's definitely very important, because it is something that now affects about 4 billion people, which is 50% of the world.
Excellent. I think excellent, at least excellently summarized, actually, coming from the history to today. And you being a kind of like storyteller and the content creator, content advisor kind of thing, I think social media is very, very important for your work also, what I can understand. So with that, I'll quickly want to go to Dr. G.P. Rao. Dr. G.P. Rao, I think social media, I mean, you talk about government point of view, or you bring a little bit on the Indian context of social media, or probably your experience using social media, or some of the issues related to social media pertaining to mainly to privacy, security, cyber defense, and all other things. So Dr. Rao, I would request you to enlighten us, because you being part of like government, working with government, so I think you'll have better views than all of us in terms of how government is dealing with that, or what is the thought process that is going on in the government arena. Yes, Mr.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Utpal. Congratulations, Piktale, firstly. Congratulations, my fellow panelists, and congratulations all the awardees for this event. And I must say that you have chosen the opportune moment to launch Piktale, and you are having the right discussions. My experience has been, I want to just give you a little bit of history because I'm of a different vintage. My esteemed father was a law secretary for the government of India, and he was election commissioner later, and he was the one who brought computers into India on transfer. He negotiated the transfer of technology agreements way back in the 80s with the US, as a result of which computerization started in India. Also, I have a distinguished father-in-law who started IT business, one of the pioneers of IT businesses in GIS and GPS into India from Singapore. He represented Hitachi. And I remember in those days, even as early as the 90s, they were using teleprinters. We had fax machines, which started, with thermal paper. With the thermal paper, the print would vanish. I myself had my first brush with internet in 1997 in Hong Kong. And the cell phone, with the advent of cell phone, the whole landscape has transformed. And we are a globalized world. And today, somebody was saying this morning how phone calls were difficult to make, and it would take so much time. I saw Skype. We use Skype very excitedly. And today, we have the video conferencing platforms like Zoom and Google Meet, etc., where we can communicate directly, real time, among all our friends, with Elise, with Arjunam, and with Michael, everybody. And it's a fascinating world we are living in. It's a fascinating to begin with. Now, Government of India, my approach, I started with the Attorney General's office. And as you know, everybody will know that governments want to keep control and keep charge of things, even though we are a democracy, of things that are, the principle being honorable governments, which we've had many, would like to keep track of things that are happening in the media. Earlier, they used to have a reasonable control over print media and electronic media. Now it has gone to social media, because let me tell you, I don't know how many of you have encountered criminal activity in social media. I have numerous, endless criminal cases where the social media is involved, where sexual harassment is there, where fraud is committed, where cyber phishing are there, where defamation is committed. So invariably, what happens is when crime happens, which is natural as it would happen as well, so you will have to register a complaint with the police, and the government will have to swing in. Then the moment it's a criminal case, then when the government comes into the picture, it will want all data and information relating to the crime. Otherwise, where is the evidence? In good democracies, like we are, where rule of law is there, where courts are there, you have to present evidence. Now, if there is a particular victim, either of cyber fraud or cyber crime, sexual harassment, any one of the crimes that we're talking about, financial fraud, it has to be, if the police has to take action, it has to be presented in a court and evidence has to be made. So therefore, the balance, a healthy balance has to be maintained between the privacy issues on social media and police and governmental control, because the citizens' rights are there. Somebody is being robbed, somebody is being murdered, anything, all types of crimes also happen on social media. So therefore, we have a very effective information technology legislation, which is called the India Information Technology Act, where the government is empowered to go and seek from any social media platform, any internet based organization, relevant data pertaining to the offenses committed. The relevant data can be procured by the police and the government only through a court and only through a certification process where it is where it's established by process of law that a criminal offense is committed. So that, the government doesn't have a free hand of interfering into the lives of netizens, the lovely new word which we have coined, and on those who are on this thing. So we have to have we have a legal framework, a legal mechanism which is fair, which is not like some of the third world countries where they are autocratic, which is governed by rule of law and which is very effective. So therefore, this system has we have a very good information, because let's not forget we are leaders in information technology. Whether it is in Bangalore or in Chennai or in Thiruvananthapuram, anywhere, or even in the United States, the leaders in the IT world come from India. Whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Google, and all of you know that. Therefore, India has way ahead in information, the social media control and regulation and supervision, which we have put in place. Of course, we have also had in recent judgments of the court where the excessive regulation of the social media by government trying to penalize and punish people who post adverse remarks against the government's functioning, the court has come down heavily. It has struck down provisions. It has taken away the powers that can be misused by the government in supervision of social media, of innocent in the regulation of the internet and the social media, and we have been proved very effectively, courts in place. Now, okay.
Thank you.
We'll talk later. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving such insight about the functioning of the different social security cells within the government. And now coming to, sir, from government to again our personal life. Okay, so now I would like to go to Michelle, my friend. Michelle, how do you see this arena? So first of all, my question to you will be a little bit different. So today, if you look at, do we live without social media? Probably yes, we'll be able to live happily without social media. But if we are in a business, or if we are in a corporate world, or probably if you are in a modern kind of a urban setup, I think if you are not using social media today, or the power of social media today, you will be isolated. So what is your view on that? I mean, how do you think? And also definitely the privacy and the security part you can touch on. Michelle, over to you.
I wish all the best to everyone.
Thank you.
Well, I will add a little bit to Alice, that she mentioned how the organization collected and started to collect data in early 80s. I have example from 1930 when the company Piktale, when it was, and when this is the show company, show manufacturer. When you came to the shop, they measured your food, they checked for anomalies, and they created a written record. And this record was processed several times per year. So they were able to call family, what size of shoes when you purchased last time. So they were collecting this data and using them for cross-sale and upsale of their services and stuff. So everything done manually at that time. And today, when we have the social media, it's such collection of data about anyone is much easier, and it can be very automated. And many people are not aware how many data are currently collected about them. My perspective, from point of view of small consultancy, that you have to communicate toward the multiple social bubbles, and these bubbles are interfering with one another, and what is good for one, it can be harmful for the other one. And in this, you have very difficult to find the right balance if you are aware about it. But if you are not aware about it, that's the problem, because suddenly you are in a situation when you are losing business, you are losing customer, and you actually don't know why it is happening. And it is just because you are on the border between two bubbles that are listening to the same message but interpreting in different way. And this is still not about doing actual harm. This is still only about you are trying to promote yourself in the environment that is getting more complex and especially getting more international. Because in the past we were mostly used to that we communicate with people around us, inside the company, inside the city, maybe some very close bubbles, but today with the presence of social networks like LinkedIn or Facebook, you are suddenly communicating to everyone around the world, across many continents, across many religions. And what is okay in one part of the world is absolutely no-go in another one. And you may not be aware out of this. So this is my just observation about this area.
Perfect, Michelle. So I think you have touched upon very pertinent and very important points. With that, I would like to go to Mushir. So Mushir is again from FinTech. I'm also from FinTech. So hi, Mushir, you are there on the call?
Hi, Utpal. Thank you for having me. Really excited to be here and really great thoughts. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, coming to the actual the security issues today. So almost everything, like if somebody want to have a phishing attack on you, if somebody want to steal some information of your research from university, or probably somebody want to tamper the election, government election, or even running any kind of critical activities, or actually jeopardize the entire banking ecosystem or a financial ecosystem. Social media, it starts with social media. They will collect your data, they will collect all your information, and then only they will do a lot of study, and they will land their attack on your ecosystem. So what are your views on that, Mushir, and how do you see it, and how probably we'll be able to overcome this kind of things in future?
It's scary, right? To a certain extent, when we look at the possibilities that can be derived by, and there've been movies 30, 40 years ago in the 80s as well, which talks about, identity hijacking and people using your identity against you, or being this name on the system and you can't prove who you are, right? At times I forget my passwords and I'm asked to prove who I am, and I struggle to do that because it's some information that I've input about 10 years ago, or some password that was input 10 years ago, and it's very difficult to get back control of certain accounts. Having said that, I feel we're moving into a phase where technology is no longer an enabler, right? Technology is embedded in everything we do, right? Consciously, subconsciously, and everything where we walk around, there's technologies everywhere. It's omnipresent, as it were, today than it was 20, 30 years ago. And that's something that most people are not consciously aware of yet. It's still new. When we look at the number of people who are having access to internet as well, right? It's still there are 3 to 4 billion people who don't have access to internet globally, who are still coming on board and who may not understand the repercussions of password safekeeping, hygiene when it comes to social media. And for them, the very fact that they can connect online to another person in their group or elsewhere is more important. So what is probably needed is for social media companies to find other ways of connecting people without taking so much personal information, that when this is hacked or leaked, that it leads to very damaging circumstances. Right now, we've also seen major banks in the US or other places where they've had massive hacks and data leaked, right? And then you're like, that is data that is needed. So possibility is that there may be technologies that are coming forward. You may have things from physical hardware. Biometrics and facial recognition are some ways of solving that problem without having to worry about passwords. So digital authentication that way. Secondly is you are looking at things like blockchain, right? That has a lot more security. So two-factor authentication on a blockchain is probably the way forward. While when you look at security, I think most institutions now are very much aware about cybersecurity being their number one threat. It's not just institutions in terms of corporates, but also governments. We saw the discussion earlier last week between President Biden and President Putin talking about cyber attack as one of the main things in a to and fro that was going on among two of the world's most powerful men, right? For two of the world's top economies. So you can see that it's a major agenda for everybody. So it's a question of what you need to do rather than why you should do it. The other element there is hiring cybersecurity staff is becoming extremely competitive. So there's not enough staff and people are struggling for that. So there needs to be a mechanism where technology providers have to put cybersecurity front and center and at every stage, right? We haven't spoken about one other element about social media, which is less to do with the loss of cyber hacking, but the issue of trolling and multiple other impacts that are happening. So you see, in particular, sportspersons, celebrities are often attacked, death threats, etc., happen when, say, a football match has not gone right? And these, because the social media platforms are not willing to verify, validate that the person at the other end actually has an identity, it leads to a lot of people using social media for their own purposes, and they would not do that in person, but that becomes a very difficult challenge. So you will probably see a bigger push where social media will have to, companies will have to validate identities, right? And provide more information, access to government institutions on demand. So it's not like all throughout, but that's where a blockchain with smart contracts can help, which just gives you the data based on a request on a court law, possibly, right? A court decision or request, so that you can then provide that information of such and such a person, so it can be tracked. And that's the only way it's going to stop, is when people are identified and are showcased as being trolls or being conducting criminal activity online without having to worry about it. That's when we'll start seeing some control. On the other side, for governments and corporates, hiring top technology talent and putting cybersecurity as a foremost and most important element on their agenda ahead of even profitability is what's going to keep them alive.
Perfect. I think perfectly summarized, Mushir. So yeah, I think you have touched on many of the points. So with that, I want to go to Arjun. Arjun, you are. I hope you are online. So yes, can you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. So so first of all, welcome to this forum, and thank you so much for coming to this forum. So Arjun, what is your personal experience using social media platforms? So are you sometimes being a little bit scared like me while posting something in social media, fearing that where exactly my content is going to go, whether it is going to the right audience or somebody will misuse this content or something like that? Or what is your expectation from the social media in terms of privacy and security part of it? Are you happy with the current social media which you are using, or you are looking something more? So yes, over to you, Arjun.
Yeah, that's an excellent bunch of questions. Hi, everybody. I'm Arjen, here from the Netherlands. Great day so far, hearing some really good stuff. Let me start that everything with social media starts with your own awareness. You need to be aware of whatever you're doing. You're leaving traces and you're sending out information, and that information can be used in any way it could be used. So for me, using social media is not only thinking about the defensive part, it's also thinking about the offensive part, where we usually don't talk about, but actually what we as influencers do is actually use offensive strategies to get our message spread as far as possible. Now, the key reason is that if you look at yourself, you should always start with, am I willing to share this? Am I willing to tell this? What are the consequences of telling that? So it starts with your own hearts. The second part of your question is, you should always be aware that you are in a world where information is power. So let me give you an example. If I am an investor in companies, sometimes I don't tell where I'm going physically. I turn off my phone, because if people are aware of where I'm going, that might influence decisions made by others that I don't want to influence, or it might even hamper my own personal agenda. So again, it brings me back to being aware. Well, one of the earlier topics mentioned here is that actually this is a lot about education, about educating people, about making people aware of what's happening. And it starts with the easy education, for instance, about sexting. We need to start at the bottom. We need to start by educating our children. And that also means that for me, one of the key reasons in looking at a social platform, where to spread my message, where to put my attention on, has to do with the fact on how they protect minors, how they make sure that actually people that are out there are protected when they are vulnerable. It's about how they able to destroy information, how they are able to make sure it's not easily available anymore. So for me, spreading out the message and doing things based on security is about the fact that you cannot trust anything that's out there. You need to be able to validate it. And that's one of the key reasons when I am teaching, and I teach in a few universities, I always say that probably understanding how to analyze sources is probably one of the key vital elements we need to teach again, which means that I personally believe that everybody should spend attention on how disinformation is actually created, how it's being spread, how you can identify it, and how you can work from it. And that's why I also believe it's vital that platforms like we're celebrating today actually come into existence, that put a lot of emphasis about the truth, about being traceable, about being connectable. And it's all those kind of stuff that in the end of the day will make sure that you are successful and that the message is spread. So it's all about actually more a philosophical debate for me than actually a technology debate. Although I am a mathematician, I still believe that the important questions are actually the ethical questions and are not the technology questions. We can algorithm anything we want, but it's about our ethics. It's kind of hard to put an algorithm on that. And that's what I would like to bring to this table, to this discussion.
Great. I think fantastic. So you have touched upon many areas, Aryan. And yes, so with that, I think on the similar line, so I would like to go to Elise again. So my question to you, Elise, is essentially, see, social media, when we talk about social media, we talk about billions, not millions, right? Multiple geographies. And I mean, I don't know, humongous amount of data and content been put into that. So in that kind of ecosystem, that kind of a scenario, do you think it is only the responsibility of the social media platform owner or the company to essentially take care of privacy, security, cyber defense, or it is a shared responsibility between the company, social media company, and the users? Okay, so what is your views on that, Alice?
In this one, and great question, Pal, definitely shared responsibility 100%. For me, there is a borderline, and it's in the common sense. As users, we have to take responsibility of what we do and what we share. I mean, Arjun was giving great answers. The topic he covered, I was thinking it feels like I'm talking, because those are the things that I would definitely say. Because we understand that nothing would is 100% secure. Then we cannot blame a company if and when they are complying with privacy and safety regulations, but then they get a breach. The responsibility of the company for me is to do the best they can to, of course, safeguard our data, to inform us, the customers, of how they're doing that, and to be open and honest when a breach has happened. And I think what they cannot do is to hide something that has gone wrong, because then it's the Cambridge Analytica, Microsoft, and all the credit cards all over again, because trust is something that is earned. And when it's broken, it's hard to get back. So the biggest issue for me with companies is not that they're not having measures in place. I feel they are fearful when a security breach happens, because nobody wants to lose a customer. And normally when you do something wrong, You try to hide it because, oh, I'm going to lose them. They're going to go to somebody else. But I always feel that a customer should have a choice. I mean, Arjun covered very well in regards education, children, and this is also something I've always shared with clients, that I'm aiming for people to understand the importance of what we in seconds. There is a chance that someone took a screenshot, and you cannot blame a company or a social media platform that picture or video ended somewhere else. A good friend of mine, he's a cybersecurity expert. He's known as the ethical hacker. His real name is Ralph Echemendia. Always says that nothing is ever 100% secure, because there is always a possibility that someone will find a way to breach. And this is why I always say, don't share anything that you don't want everyone to see. Since I feel really touched on this, because we've heard this content that is being distorted and then taken out of content for #fake news. So it's not about, Utpal, and you said this earlier as well, it's not about having fear of social or what we share and not using them. I feel social and digital are now part of our daily lives, and we cannot keep blaming either the company or the user, hence why it is definitely a 100% shared responsibility. We all just need a basic level of common sense. For me, this is why I keep it simple. It's similar, there is a famous sentence, don't gamble unless you can afford to lose money. So on social, don't post unless you're okay with everyone seeing it. Okay, but none of these should ever discourage us from sharing. I have certain values in life, which are trust, honesty, loyalty, and integrity. And I would never willingly use data I have against anybody. But that doesn't mean that I know that others would not. I'm aware of that. I've always said not everything belongs on social, Utpal. Some things are better kept old school, behind the scenes for hours only. Show it in a phone to your friend in real life. And of course, with the pandemic, it is understandable that there has been an increase of sharing personal data on social channels, because we have been restricted from seeing each other. So without even thinking, we're more likely to share personal photos, personal videos. So the key takeaway for me would be, use common sense and let's together have common responsibility. Companies, please do the best you can. Be honest. Let us know when something happens, so that it's our choice. And us as users, please remember, if you don't want it online, don't post it.
So using social media extensively, like these teenagers and kids, they have also started using that. So with that, I would like to go to Dr. G.V. Rao. So, sir, in a scenario, like I'll give you a scenario to make it a little bit interesting or interactive kind of a thing. So probably a university unique kind of a thing, and somehow his kids are in the social media. Okay, and they will try to post something within their friend circle, or somebody like, yeah, my father is working on this kind of a project. So it could be of national interest. Okay, it could be of some kind of a research area where it is government funded critical kind of a research kind of a thing. So how you can actually control this kind of a scenario? Because here, you cannot blame the social media platform, because if you look at our information and data, it is spread across the internet. So probably some portion of the data is there in the social media, some portion of the data is there in some other site. Okay, so and if somebody can intelligently collate and correlate those information, they can know about 80% or 90% of us, right? So how we can actually, how to build this kind of a scenario, sir?
See, the principle behind ensuring secure information which is just got leaked, defamation, or is the same. It is the same for all the issues that might arise. Now eBay in India, and he was a Harvard educated person, and I'm talking about 15 years ago, 2004. And on the e-commerce platform called Bazi.com, some mischievous children had posted a video clip of some sexual misconduct in a school, which was being bought and sold, and it had become viral. Then the police in those days went on to arrest Mr. Avinash Bajaj, who was the CEO of Bazi.com. Now, the current situation is a social media platform is an independent. It does not have complete responsibility or culpability with respect to the information shared. It may have filters, it may have mechanisms by which all of them can be screened, and any offensive material or confidential material where it comes to it, it can be protected. Sometimes the service provider will not know even what is confidential material unless it is brought to their notice. So therefore, they have a neutral platform. But where therefore every social media organization, like in India, the law says that you shall appoint a nodal officer who will be a contact point with the government of India in case we find there are any offensive material that is transmitting, and that we will be in touch with you with respect to that the moment it comes to our notice. One is the service provider himself has to take necessary precautions of all kind of possibilities, depending upon how skillful they are about it. And the other is when government comes and says that here is something that is there which is offensive or confidential or which is being circulated, then the service provider should be in a position to be instantly be able to remove that material, though he or he may not be able to himself detect it. Because suppose some missile technology is being circulated on the platform which is being recently developed by the DRDO, Defense Research Organization. So it may not be easily something which the service provider be able to know whether it is already in public domain or not. But the moment government comes to know that some such leak has occurred, it should be able to tell the service provider, it would tell the service provider, please remove this instantly, because this is confidential information, like the children of some of the scientists or the developer has leaked it. So therefore, it is very important that the social media service provider must be on his toes to have the latest tools, to have the latest methodology by which offensive or confidential material can be removed, can be blocked, can be reviewed. All of this they must do, and you must have seen even Facebook, which is you are familiar with, everybody is familiar with and has been using it. Have also used these mechanisms. Even Twitter, all of them have been used. So the same methodology must be adopted by them. There is no possibility that you can envisage. Maybe you can do 90% of it, but you will still 5 or 10% will be.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. I think bang on. So what do you say? So, so with that, another thing that is coming in my mind, so Michelle. So we as an influencer. So if we consider ourselves as an influencer, or somehow we have some followers, or in social media people look up to us, kind of thing. So can we play a role in this? Wherein at least with our followers, we can tell them how best they can use
very good question. Very good question. I think you can devise some means by which you can try to disseminate digital hygiene or social media hygiene. Some of them spoke as to what can be posted. You may lose it. It can be copied. Like for instance, if the social media provides a conversation between us, somebody gets a hidden camera and records this whole session without directly recording it from the internet. Can we prevent it? We cannot prevent it. So therefore, as a social influencer, you must have video clips or digital information that is to be constantly being supplied to the users. Even just like an ad, it would pop up and it tell you what is the hygiene that you must follow in terms of utilizing the social media, and what is safe for them, what is secure for them, what is appropriate for them. In the morning, we had Colonel, somebody who gave the appropriate
on the cyber security.
Yeah,
Yes.
and texting, as you said, WhatsApp is also a social media platform that way.
Absolutely.
Therefore, these things have there is a very big responsibility on the platform itself to educate young people, because like you just said, young people, their young minds, sometimes they go to school, they are very smart, they're very quick. In fact, a lot of parents must have learned how to use the modern
On their
children themselves.
Very true.
So therefore, by the time they're teenagers, they are experts at it. I myself, WhatsApp was introduced by my children to me.
True.
And I started using it. So therefore, you have to have that bit where appropriateness of using.
A question to you is, again, what Dr. G.B. Rao just touched upon, is what role anybody who is probably an influencer or some followers are there, or probably people look up to them, what role they can play. Because this is a huge ecosystem, right? And definitely only the social media platform, or they cannot educate so much. So what role this influencers can play here, Michel?
That influencers are not the masters of social networks. We are learning like everyone else.
True.
Like Dr. Rao said, that he learned a lot from his children and grandchildren. So this applies to all of us. So we are often followers in dealing with technology and this kind of stuff. So we have to be, maybe we can act as examples that we do not intentionally or unintentionally harm somebody or someone on the media platform, but also we can sometimes open a discussion with our group within our social bubbles that what they think they should be appropriate if we discuss openly, or shall we discuss it online or offline, or what it should be structured, and what content we are still able to publish, and where is the border that we can go. I have had yesterday an interesting conversation when one of my friends published the information about the meeting he was doing with executives in one organization, and he didn't want me to go too much in detail, but he mentioned something that triggered the discussion in a completely unexpected way. And suddenly we really had to mention that we have to, the conversation have to stop, because we are going to a direction that is not comfortable for somebody in the group. So this is how I see the situation, and I really don't know if we can do much more, because it's easier if the bubble around us is close. But if there is a lot of people we have never met in person, we just know their name because they are just followers of us somewhere, it is much more difficult, I believe.
True, Michel. Yes, correct. I think it is a very genuine kind of answer that you have given. So it is not a very easy task. So what I was thinking, and Mushir, I would like to go to you with that. So probably some discussions are going on, and everybody is commenting on a particular direction. So probably negatively somewhere. So it could be political, it could be something religious, it could be something on a national thing, anything. It could be on a sports also, with some football club or something like that. So my question to you is, as an influencer, probably because as they have some level of confidence on influencers, so they probably can bring that discussion to a right direction. Sometimes it may be possible kind of a thing. So can I play some kind of a role in bringing those kind of elements when it is going probably out of control, and where it is within our group or some of our followers are there? Can I do anything on those lines, Mushir?
It's a very important element, right? It's almost a catch-22 in some senses. When you're an influencer, you have people following you, but you're not necessarily having the same thought process or values and beliefs that your followers might, right? So when you do post something and that goes wrong, or there's a adverse reaction on it, I do think, yes, as an influencer, you have, to use the term influence, you have that influence to step in and guide the conversation back to normalcy, right? What's happening in the last few years in particular, based on fake news, and we've been now seeing very extreme views, right? The neutral, middle of the path viewpoint is becoming much more harder as it is. People tend to take sides and then they become very aggressive, right? I've noticed, trying to reason with somebody who has very strong beliefs on one end, even if it's logical reasoning to believe on the other side, you won't see it because they just don't want to believe it. So turning that conversation can be very difficult. It is very challenging as an influencer. So what I tend to do is respectfully disagree and end the conversation, right? A lot of times as an influencer, you may think that, well, let the conversation keep on going. So sometimes if it is within our powers, turn off the comments, right? Turn off sharing, whatever there is, so that there isn't the need for more noise. Well, in the influencer world, for some people, any publicity is good publicity, but if you want to do it right and with the right ethics, especially in the professional world that we all engaged in, I think that's the right way to do, is because a lot of it is about building a brand, right? As an influencer, you are representing yourself and you are your brand. And if you start showing inconsistencies or inability to control your brand and those associated with it, then it harms you longer term. In the short term, you may not see it. Hence, that's why it's important for you to take control of your own accounts and engage with those who are opposed to the view respectfully. But if it's not working out, don't prolong that discussion, because people are just too rigid sometimes, and there's no point spending too much energy beyond a certain time.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Itpal, to interrupt you. We're running out of time, so I can give you another 5 to 6 minutes.
Absolutely, Jyoti. So I think what Mushir has said, like it can have a cascading effect also. So I'll quickly go to Arjan, and I will again come back to Alice on the same question, and I will allow them to speak for probably 2 minutes. I'll request them to speak for 2 minutes. So I think that social media platform, probably you people are using 1 or 2 social media platforms now. So do you think it is the ideal platform, or you want some more features? Okay, probably on the security and privacy angle, but you can talk about other angles also. So my question to Arjan first, like what do you think, like the social media platform, is it like 80%, 90% okay with you, or it is not matching your expectation, still 50% improvement needs to be done? So how is it, Arjan?
Well, I think that the most important feature that's currently lacking is the way others can identify that what you're telling is actually correct. So, for instance, what I would love to see is a different kind of like system, because the like system is kind of like, yeah, I've read it, it's okay. But what's actually lacking is the validation button. And the validation button is not not a button that everybody should have. It's something you should earn. And either that comes from an academic background, I really don't care how you earn it. But the fact that the like of, for instance, Mr. A and Mr. B is actually in the count exactly the same and doesn't give you actually the insight if the information is validated and is correct, is probably the biggest hindrance I expect at this moment in social media. And it has to do with the fact that I truly believe that a big part of social media is not just about creating your own content. It's also about spreading the relevant content of others. And in order to actually do that, it takes me a lot of time to actually validate if what's in there is actually correct. It costs me actually more time than writing something myself, but because I believe it's vital that when you work in social media, you understand that you're in an ecosystem, and that being in an ecosystem means that you don't only share what you create, but you also share what you think others have created that's really good. And that is the part that's actually missing nowadays in social media. It's the validation part. I would love to see more on that.
Great, great. So Alice, in this question, I will add a little bit more on that. Today, if you look at Facebook, so I will give you an example. Probably, I don't know whether it is allowed to take name or not, but in Facebook, many times I get friend requests from a lot of people, but I don't have an option to actually validate whether he is a real person or it is a fake profile or what kind of. So there is no authenticity. Okay, I cannot check the authenticity of a person who is sending a friend request to me. So this is one what do you call feature that is in my wish list. Okay, so in my ideal social media platform, I would like to see something called authenticity kind of a thing, score or something like that, wherein I will be able to at least judge that whether I'm talking to a human or something else, or if it's human also, whether he's a genuine that person or somebody else. What is your thought on this, Alice?
I guess that's a great question, Utpal. You're absolutely correct. And Arjun touched on it. Michal, everybody here today has made it clear that we cannot be 100% certain on everything that happens. And your example of Facebook applies to all the platforms. We live in a society of fake it until you make it, of farms, troll farms that create profiles, and they are becoming so good, especially with artificial intelligence. And of course, Utpal, you're an expert on this subject. With artificial intelligence, you are getting very realistic avatars. Before it was just a fake picture, a drawing, an animation, but now we're getting literally resemblance of people as pictures. So how can we know? I feel this is more not about a short-term solution, but more about a long-term collaboration. Get the experts, get the users' feedback, ask like you just did, what would you like to see? For me, I would love social media platforms to share a lot more content, like I said earlier, in regards what privacy measures they're using. How can I protect myself? Not everybody is an expert on cybersecurity. Not everybody has cybersecurity friends that you can go to and say, hey, I was breached. What do I do? So I would love to collaborate more with the actual brands because, and Michal touched on this as well earlier, when you are sharing information and people are grabbing it, we don't have actually control. What they do, where it goes, how they are using it, we need to coexist together. I've always said together we are stronger. Dr. Rao has also mentioned, you put things online and they're being picked on, photos, videos, then you have these lawsuits, but there is such a massive influx of information being loaded on these platforms. Number one, they don't have enough staff. Number two, regardless of the amount of filters that we put on, no amount of automation or artificial intelligence will ever be able to validate like a human being. But as human beings, we make mistakes. So as always, let's be responsible and let's try to together find more solutions.
Absolutely, yes. I think fantastic. So the same question, I would like to go to Michelle and then quickly to Dr. G.B. Rao also. So Michelle, like what are some of the very important features in your wish list, okay, of a social media platform? I know you don't use Facebook, you are only on LinkedIn and probably a little bit on Twitter. So what are your views? What kind of, because there is no direct mechanism today and a social media platform can directly collect what are the wish list of a user that users like to see the platform, right? Probably there will be some indirect ways, okay? But I would like to see, because it is a user-driven kind of a platform, so there should be a direct communication between the user and the social media platform, and user can say, hey, I want this kind of a feature. So do you have this feature in your future roadmap or not? Okay, so that kind of a communication should be there. So Michel, what is your view on that?
Well, I very much liked what Arjun said on this, that he would like to validate the content and actual whether the person that is approaching is also true person and not just an artificial profile. This is very interesting, and also Alice mentioned this. And what was not mentioned today is the complete category of companies that are creating the content for social media and the features that enable them to actively participate in ecosystem of these social networks. So this is something that we should maybe discuss more in terms of what kind of new features and functionalities we would like to have, because it's not only about influencers and users, it's also about a lot of people that are making living on behalf of organization to create content, to create information, or to create the groups of people and so on. And this is also quite a big topic that I see, and there are no features for this organization that is easily available on the network. So this is my perspective.
Absolutely, thank you, Michel. I think that's perfect. Kind of. So with that, I would like to go to Dr. G.B. Rao. Sir, on a probably government point of view or a bureaucrat point of view, what are the features, okay, that you guys are looking for in a social media platform? Then probably we can tell Piktale to incorporate those features also. So what are your views on that? What are like your, sir, are you there?
One of the things that we look, I think we can look at it is from, firstly, personally speaking, I think language, where language now you can create certain vocabularies, which can be blanked out, which are offensive. They have to, it should not be permissible to use language which is found. Because some of the biggest problem, very important feature that must be taken by the service provider themselves, because unless we have a civil kind of discourse where the parties are able to talk to each other in a that's a very of course it has become very fashionable these days. Even in films, I'm seeing that use of foul language seems to be some kind of a I don't know what attractiveness it has, but I think there should be a consensus on the use of language. Also, offensive images, if any, they should be reviewed. Artificial intelligence is able to do that. Offensive, and also warnings have to be given where certain types of people exceed their appropriateness requirements. So these things are a check. And suspension of accounts when it becomes extreme. You have to do that. You have to suspend people's accounts, because if they are going to incite enmity on the basis of caste, creed, etc., and posting of fake messages. That is very important, because I was associated with an organization which is dealing with fake news, and they could detect fake news about 80–90% of it. So anybody who originally posts fake news or images, they should be penalized, and they should be kept out of the thing. So therefore, there has to be a method by which you regulate it in a civil manner.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. So I think we are running out of time. So Jyoti, I would request Jyoti. So probably we'll be able to take one question very quickly, that too in 1 minute. Is it correct, Jyoti, or we'll have to skip the questions?
Yes, you actually went way behind my time and you didn't listen to me. Okay, so I'm out now. Anyway, I think, but it was very, very interesting session. Yeah. So even I forgot to mark the time. So I also take a punishment for that. That's okay. I think it was very interesting. So quickly to the questions that we have. I think this question is from the audience, where it is for Alice, and it says, how do you suggest we protect our own privacy on social media individually? You've already spoke about it quite a bit, But I think because this person is so persistent and has put this question on, I think if you can add a few words on it, Alice, we would appreciate that.
Of course, I can do that. I will try to keep it short because yes, when we are involved, we go over time.
No, but it was very entertaining. So no offense there. It was very, more than entertaining, it was very informative, I would say. So even I forgot to manage the time.
This is what happens live, guys. We go over sometimes, but yes, in regards to this question, a reminder that number one, don't share anything you're not okay with everyone in the world seeing. But if you are gonna share things, please use maybe VPNs, virtual networks, so that you can cover your IP address, privacy settings. Go through every setting on social platforms because they tend to have the average with everything is open. And if you're not familiar, go to YouTube, go to Google, whoever asks this question, I'm always happy to answer. So please find me on social networks and I'm happy to give you a few more pointers, but just be aware of your surroundings. Don't post geolocation. Arjun covered this earlier. Just simply use common sense and be aware, because platforms can only do so much, as we said earlier, and it is our duty as customers to just be a little bit more aware. So don't always think that you cannot post
it again. I hope it's gone into our heads. And before we share or re-forward, we think twice. Okay, Alice told this now. I need to vote first. That's good. Okay, Utpal, this is for you. Somebody wants to hear you more. And they say, what responsibilities do you feel comes with the reach and fame on social media? Yes, that's an interesting question. Is this being an influencer who people are looking up to is just a fun, or is it tedious too? Interesting.
Okay, so I'll try to keep it as short as possible. They also hold some kind of a social responsibility because people look up to them. So definitely, while posting any kind of content or any kind of discussion into social media, we take utmost care, okay, so that it doesn't go in a wrong direction. That's we try to share more.
Professional, wonderful session. Next time I'm signing a contract, I know what all to look into it before I sign that. And then we have Arjun who added us to us, and Elise, of course. One point I take home today: don't share if you don't want people to see. Interesting. And Michelle, thank you so much. And that was really good. Thank you, guys. And personally, thanks to each one of them for the well said, and we take it back from the Piktale family and myself.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we quickly move on to the awards. Please stay on and cheer us for our awards also. So we have, okay, oh my God, our team is so fast. They didn't even allow me to take a breather. I say, okay, yeah, this is the next one, go. Okay, that's nice. So we have some awards that we've been doing for the whole day, and it's been interesting to see so many influencers. It was not an easy task to identify them, but we have managed to get, after a lot of thought process. That doesn't mean that these are the only ones. How many we could fit in a day, we have put in there. And with that, we have the first name on our list today for our third batch or fourth batch. This is third batch or fourth batch. Okay, this is Adrina. Yeah, Adrina. Hi, Adrina Tikka. Hello, I have some people. Congratulations. Okay, I think not available. So quickly, can we go on to the other one? Mr. Arjun and Brick, congratulations once again. Congratulations. Arjun, we would appreciate if you can add a few lines.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me this award. I mean, I've looked at the list, and it's a big honor to be among such a privileged society. So thank you very much, and have a great day with all the superior content we have been seeing. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind of contribution for this and making this session a success also. Thank you. To the next one, please. Arhom Gotihal. I hope I've got your name correct. Arhom Gotihal. Congratulations once again. If you're on, please, we would love you to unmute and say a few words to us. I think not there. Can we move to the next one, please? Mr. Chuck Brooks, congratulations. And thank you.
Just thank you very much for this recognition. It's greatly appreciated. It's great to be among such noted influencers in the world and be part of such a great platform and of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your. To the next one, please. Mr. Dennis Bakabasi. Mr. Dennis Bakabasi, congratulations once again. We would love it if you could add a few words.
Thank you so much for this award. I also looked at the other list of the awardees, and I just applaud your global reach and the inclusivity and diversity in which you applied to the entire list. So just thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that you've taken the time to be here and added your value. We look forward to continuing to hear from you. Up with listening to what you were saying that I forgot to watch my time. Anyway, congratulations, well earned, well deserved.
Sorry if I
Very nice. Please do share your view. How do you feel about receiving this award? And also,
Jyoti Varma, sorry if I exceeded my time, but
no, that's okay. That was very informative.
But I must congratulate Piktale to pick up this exceptional group of people worldwide who are so talented and who have achieved so much in life. I'm deeply honored to be among them, and I'm deeply honored to address all of you. And I would love to interact more with all of you. And thank you so much. And I wish you all the very best in your endeavor. May you be the best. May you get all more recognition as a social media platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate, and I thank you so much for that. And that is really going to give us a lot more energy and enthusiasm and passion to take it further to the next level. The next one, please. Ellis. Congratulations, Alice Video. Congratulations. Don't post anything that you don't want to be seen by others. Interesting message, rocked and as such. We would love to hear from you a couple of things and what your on recipients of this award. Your reaction to that, please.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to Piktale and the team for the award. As I often say, I don't do what I do for recognition, but to add value to others with what I do. Awards do not make us more or less valuable, but for me, they are a symbol that others recognize what we do and that we do bring value. I remember when I wrote my first book, and I would often say, if all this book does is to inspire one person or bring a smile to one, then my job is done. Then this is a sentiment I've carried on in all my activities. Anything we do, whether it's a social post, a video, an interview, if we can inspire one more person, then our job is done. And John Quincy Adams often said, if our actions inspire others to dream more, then learn more and do more and become more, we are leaders. So thank you, Piktale, for recognizing myself and my fellow leaders today. Truly humbled and honored, and remember, together we are stronger.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Over to the next one, please. Mr. Gary Bizot, congratulations on a recipient of being and one of the influencers for the platform and others. Can we move to the next one, please? Ian Moyes, congratulations. Congratulations. Today we would approve. Can you join us in stating your few words on this, please?
Interesting timing as well. So thank you and congratulations to everyone else, and appreciate the recognition.
Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day to you. I'm sure you have. It will be an interesting day where people are going to be pampering you. So have fun. Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you.
Jessica Noble, congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers Award. Next one, please. Mr. Jonathan Afuri. Mr. Jonathan, congratulations and on the Mr. Mazid Khan, congratulations on being one of the influencers. Can I invite you to say a few words on this, please?
It's my honor to be part of such a mega event, and I'm thankful to Piktale family. And as a principal, I want to say, what the best you have, give it to world. The best will come back to you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. That is very encouraging words, and we will try to give our best to all of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mikhail Valo, thank you, first of all, for being on the panel discussion. I don't know at what time zone you're sitting and speaking, but I think your speech and your contributions were really appreciated. Congratulations on receiving this award. So Mikhail Valo, can we have a few words from you?
Yes, thank you very much for this amazing prize, and I am very impressed also with the group of other speakers. And this recognition is not only about myself, this is also about very excellent work of the Piktale family to achieve something like this. And I wish you all the best for the future, for letting this project fly and change the world at least a little. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. I think Payal had texted that she's going to be a little, so I'm not sure if you're there, but anyway, Ms. Payal Rajpal, congratulations on receiving the award. Priyanka, Ms. Priyanka, thank you for congratulations, and once again. Priyanka, are you around? I thought I heard some sound. Okay, to the next one, please. Professor and Dr. Karsten Bendland. Welcome, and again, congratulations on recipient of this award. And we would appreciate if you can share a few words to our viewers and to our family.
Yes, thank you very much, dear colleagues of Piktale, dear viewers all over the world. This is Karsten Bendland from Germany. Thank you so much for this great award. And I would like to congratulate you for your great success in developing your own platform, which is oriented towards the needs of the people and of high ethical values, as we heard from Elias and the colleagues in the session before. And what you do, this is the way of the future of technology, of sustainability, and it's also a smart way for all the people involved, from the old timers to the very youngest. When I was approached to accept this award, I felt very honored and very connected to my Indian friends, and I hope to visit you again in India as soon as the situation allows. In Germany and in Europe, we are discussing innovative technologies, not only in terms of the goals of success, but increasingly also in terms of the unintended effects. And I myself work, as you know, in the field of technology assessment. And this is my honest advice for the future of Piktale. Stay on your conceptual path. Always consider the unintended effects of your platform and take them up. Adjust your system flexibly, always in touch with the people and with their hearts. That's all from my side. All the best and long-term success for the whole Piktale family.
Thank you so much. They were really an insight words and very well. And it was nice to hear someone come out of their heart and wish someone a good, and you feel that Piktale can add value to the society and to the global platform. Thank you so much for those words. And we are looking forward to seeing you in India soon, and welcome.
Thank you.
To the next one, please. Ms. Rashmi Mogha, congratulations. Hi, Rashmi, if you've logged in, would you like to add a few words? Okay, I'm not. Okay. Mr. Syed Moshir Ahmed, sorry. Congratulations. We heard a lot of things that have been shared with us. We also would like it if you can share what is your reaction to these and one of the influencer awards you received today. Can we have your thoughts on this, please? And 2 keywords for Piktale family to take back home.
Firstly, very humbled to be among such distinguished influencers and thought leaders. And I just want to say thank you to the Piktale family. It's been very interesting. The whole summit was very interesting as well. I take this role very responsibly, and I think as influencers, our role is to guide people on what our thoughts are and try to build a community. And for me, it's about a community. In terms of 2 words for Piktale to take forward would be responsibly and community. I think that would be the 2 things.
The future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti, the influencer, and yes, he personally, I would like to take 2 seconds to add a few things. So I come from a travel and hospitality, and I have reached out to him with the different, could you do this topic for me? Can you be a speaker for me on this topic? And he has never said no. He has been an influencer for me on the travel side, also on the hospitality side. So thanking you personally, and I think this is a well-earned and well-deserved award. Congratulations from all of us to you. Could we have 2 words for the Piktale family from your side?
First of all, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you for your kind words. And yes, so far my journey with the Piktale family as an advisor or a mentor is fantastic. So this is a unique team. And this is actually a unique product, okay? Because I have been interacting with a lot of startups previously also, but what I have seen in Piktale is completely unique, okay? The dedication of the team, their willingness to go out of the way and do something extra. And I mean, bringing a platform like this, it's not so easy, and it is a 3.5-year journey. So I first of all, congratulate the entire Piktale team, thanking them for nominating me for this award. And I would like to continue this association with Piktale on a long-term basis. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a nice thoughts to go. Ashutosh, I hope you made that note on a long term. So please get that signed in words and seal it off. We have it on record now. so he can't move away. With that, so quickly, so we come to an end to our awards for that session and that part of it. We have some more to go, which we'll take it a little later. But meanwhile, I just wanted to re-stress again, the time is running out. We've heard a magnanimous offer from Mr. Sailendra Kumar, who has offered to give his free book download free of cost to us, which is Making Money Out of Data, the Art and Science of Analytics. So please go ahead and download it and make the most of it. And also, with once you sign in today for the app download, you would be getting the Piktale reward points and the Piktale magazines on it. So enjoy it and be a part of the journey that we are looking at. With this, we come on to our next topic for the day. So that's the next panel discussion we have. It's all about, okay. It's about social media, opportunities and challenges. Is social media an opportunity or a challenge? That's something which they're going to be talking about, and role of influencers in navigating the followers in the right direction. So I think this is the very important thing right today, because of the way we guys go in and anything that is forwarded, we think, okay, let me forward to 10 other people. Like somebody said in one of the things, I think it was Ms. Mushir who said that you become very personal about it and start justifying those, and you start taking sides, and you become so vocal that you lose friendship, you lose relationships on it. I don't think it's worth it. And this topic is going to tell us how to be objective in the way what we are putting on social media, and look at it how it is opportunities and challenges. With that, I would like to invite Ms. Payal Rajpal as a moderator for this session. So before, Payal, are you on? Have you logged in, Payal?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, so Payal, I will take a minute of it and say congratulations on the recipient of the award. I think at that time you were just still logging in and I was a little too fast, so I'm sorry I missed you there. So I would personally like to congratulate you for being on the list of the influencers. Congratulations on receipt of the award, and looking forward to your contributions to this. So before you wear a moderator hat, would you like to say a few words to our viewers on the recipient of this award?
Well, I'm really eager and excited to see what sort of unfolds with Piktale, but very humbled to receive the accolade. And yes, thank you so much, to have me on the top 100 list, and looking forward to sort of making that change since you've given us the medal of an influencer. So thank you yet again.
Thank you once again. So quickly, I just run through. So we have Payal Rajgopal, who would be moderating the session. She is the director of Robotics India and also founder of Hack the Crisis. Then we have Mr. Chuck Brooks, who is the president of Brooks Consulting International. Then we also have Mr. Dennis Vakpilsi, who is the vice president of CX for R. Donnelly. And then we have Mr. Nat Brown, who is the chief experience officer at Officicum Labs and also a co-founder for CX Accelerator. Then we have Mr. Mr. Gary Bazo, who is a senior. Hello, I'm sorry, did I miss someone?
No, I just arrived.
Okay, who's this?
Gary Bizzo.
Sorry, who's this?
Gary Bizzo here.
Okay, okay, I was just going to introduce you. Then you've done the bang with your insurance. So I was just going to introduce, hi, Gary Bizzo. Welcome to the panel. And we have, he is basically a serial entrepreneur specializing in disruptive and innovative startups. He's also a founder of Siphon Quantum Energy Limited and Bizo Management Group. Wow, that's a lot of hats to wear. And then we have Mr. Jay McBain, who is a principal analyst and channels, partnerships and ecosystems, Frosters, and he's also a channel influence of the year. Welcome and thank you for being on this. Payal, over to you. I'm going on mute.
Thank you, Jyoti. Good evening, greetings from India. I'm happy to be moderating this absolutely stellar panel. When my team sent a bit of background and a little bit of R&D on everyone, I said, all I see is awards and accolades and Forbes and, all the listings there. So I very cleverly also did my setting at the back, and I said, maybe a little sort of speck in the ocean, but that's a good start. So greetings from India, everyone. Where's everyone joining us from? So Gary, where are you at the moment?
I'm in Vancouver.
Wow, awesome. What's it like? Freezing, hot, spring?
Well, it's going to be 35 today, and it's still dark. It's just 5 o'clock here in the morning.
Oh, where's your cup of coffee?
That's right here.
Well, morning to you then.
Thank you.
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, hi, good morning.
Morning. So where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Dallas, Texas in the United States, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. And Chuck, do we have Chuck here?
Hi, Chuck Brooks. Hi, I'm joining you all from Washington, D.C. area, where it's going to be 90s today and beautiful, and looking forward to this session.
Likewise, likewise. Hello, Nate.
Hello.
Hey. So
I'm coming from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, and excited to celebrate this Father's Day with all of you. So we're kicking off over here in the States with this great Sunday, and thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for the invite.
Good morning, Nate.
Good morning. Hey.
And and happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And then we have Jay with us.
Hey, good morning. I'm in Southern Florida. I'm a Canadian living in Southern Florida, so it's even better. But yeah, we've got the United States covered pretty well here geographically, and actually I should say North America covered here geographically, from Vancouver to Southern Florida and right across.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's like all coasts covered really well. So yes, so good evening from, and greetings from India. Morning to all of you. Absolutely excited to be, hosting this panel and having some great interaction on the only thing that everyone seems to be on these days, social media. So while digital environment heavily, whether we call it for professional or personal interactions, and there's been an array of social media platforms. I saw a lot of children on TikTok sometime last year before it got banned in India, and it was amazing to see the kind of skills that they displayed on TikTok, but not in their own classroom. So. And then we obviously therefore have the luxury to choose one that sort of best fits all our goals, needs, convenience, and then businesses as well. But what it also brings with it is, various unique characteristics in terms of user privacy, content, interactions, and reach. So coming to our opening comments from everyone here, and what I will do is I will go in the series of what I see on my Zoom screen. So beginning with Dennis, Charles, Gary, Jay, Nate, and then we go in sort of mixed order, if that's all right with you. So, opening comments by Dennis on, what would you be looking for in an ideal social media platform? And
for asking me that, and happy to kick off here. As I think about social media, one of the top concerns I have is the business models that generate social media platforms typically end up being driven by ad revenue, and I'm not certain that the content creators are always rewarded for the work and time that they put in. I think you pointed out something astutely, that young people have creative minds and they use these social networks as an outlet they actually penalize the content creators. The algorithms don't work in the favor of the content creators, they work in the favor of the advertisers. So I would hope that going forward, we continue to pioneer platforms that reward content creators and foster.
I do agree with you that we definitely require a medal for the content creators. And I would say that mainly also because, a few of my team members have also logged in, and at Robotics India, our whole content creation team, and mainly one person that handles this, has actually changed the face of the entire perspective on social media. So yeah, I do resonate with that talk. Charles.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wholeheartedly agree with Dennis that content is king or queen. And it is really, you can notice it in the algorithms, particularly in some of the professional LinkedIn sites and other sites where it's not focused so much on the content and the expansion, getting your message out, but more again on the advertisers. And I think that needs to change, and I think it will change with involvement with people, particularly users out there. I think what needs to happen in the future is first the usability of them has to be bettered. A lot of them are still pretty difficult to actually mass send something out, or limitations on words. I think you'll see more going eventually towards holographs, where you are more actually the person. There's an issue with deep fakes, and being from the cybersecurity world, I think one of the biggest concerns is Twitter. And so I think needs to be a comfort level where people's privacy will be protected. And I think this is a general issue with the rest of the world. So I think cybersecurity needs to be paramount in any platform we're going forward.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Charles. So here in India, after 37 years, we had the National Education Policy, popularly known as NEP 2020, that rolled out. And one of the prime things that we sort of, advise the government on, that even if we can have a simple tutorial sort of influxed in the school that talks about security and privacy settings. So when children download game and they just go yes, 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 location yes, camera yes, and microphone yes, and come rob my house when I'm not there yes, so I think that's a very integral point here as well. So yes, thank you, Charles. Gary.
Each platform has a different demographic, and for instance, if we had the community of Facebook, the imagery of the business side of LinkedIn, it'd be perfect for me. So in other words, I use them all. So, I don't think there's an ideal thing. The really tough thing that I see is that users want to trust a free internet. And, with misinformation, fake news, all this stuff, people are looking for some sort of regulation. But as soon as you say regulation, they jump up and down, which is, where's the balance, I suppose.
Right, agree. There is particularly should be only for children, but all of us. So every week when we get the screen monitoring report, it never sort of goes down. At least for me, it's just like, 10% up and 15% up. So yeah, yes. Over to you, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get to study social media from a business to business to rank all of the different social media engines. But the biggest thing we're seeing just recently is after 15 years, this industry is getting more mature. About 3 weeks ago, Apple had our iPhones updated 3 weeks ago to ask us if we wanted tracking and cookies and targeting. 96% of us have said no.
Wow.
So this is kind of a watershed moment. Google has made announcements to do the same in Android. But if you look at those two companies, they have 99% share on mobile and 86% share on desktop browsing, laptop browsing. So most people get on the internet through those two companies, and their ability to another 10 years for governments to follow up. But we're going through some pretty massive changes on privacy, on security, and other things. And this is just the general maturing of the industry. So over the next 5 years, it'll be a much different social media and platforms than what we've had in the past.
Yeah, and I'm glad that it's now turning out to be a global movement. We had the privacy laws updated here in India as well, and the only social media platform that was yet entire platform.
Interesting comments from Era, where we get to see so much of these things and watch this dynamic and personally gain some level of prominence on this social media. And what a perfect social media, connecting with 20,000 people. I'm connecting with 10, 20, 30 people. But developing a more meaningful relationship with them, either through myself personally or the brands that I represent. And that's going to be much higher value to me. So I'm looking to go deeper and not necessarily spread so across.
No, and I fully agree with you because, you know, the pandemic more so made the world. I really don't have the correct adjectives here to say that the second wave was tormenting here. And, you know, it was really how people took on to social media in the last few months, where posts went up quickly from the world saw. But what that everyone started sharing, you know, posts about, okay, someone wants this kind of remdesivir, you know, injection in this particular city, and then that went around really quickly as a chain, and someone who did not have, I saw it, you know, around the world, but also individuals tried to make such a large impact. So that was quite an eye opener when you look at it from a community perspective. So yes. Coming to the business part of it, I was quite intriguing when I was reading, you know, as of year 2020. Actually, before I come to that, did I miss anyone? No, everyone's here, right? Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. it's you know, quite a large. Facebook alone has you know, amassed an audience base of over 2.7 billion users, and you know, when we talk about such large number of users across various social media platforms, it opens the door to varied business opportunities. And in terms of analyzing consumer behavior, brand insights, competitor strategies, the blockchain, cybersecurity, you know, part of it. You've been named as one of the top persons to follow in tech by LinkedIn, and you have quite an amazing idea has been in your.
Really, almost been a guy in particular is really good with this, is they have their own groups that have, you could, if I recommend that you if you have an interest in a certain topic, you find that group, and I'd say most of those businesses on LinkedIn, which is a platform I primarily.
You're on mute, Dennis.
I'll just jump in there. I know I have a ton of respect for Nate and his opinions. I think one of the things I do is I focus on the integrations in reaching new customers and nurturing relationships. The social conversation interjects itself a lot in the building of a reputation to build relevant relationships with their audiences. And I mean by relevant, I mean beyond advertising. Those who build strong relationships, long-term relationships. So at the end of the day, I think social media is a catalyst for customer lifetime value, and the keystone or the initial.
No, absolutely. Of just sort of you know, advertorial. So yeah, Nate. So you've been named among the top 50 customer experience influencers. You know, the need for integrating social media and sort of add on to what Dennis said.
I could try it. I am definitely the new guy on the block with a lot of this, and to really show writing for us, and I'm still very much learning as
who you are, you know, and what direction or sort of what vision mission you sort of carry on as a company. So thanks, Nate. So Jay, over to you next. And you know, we know that COVID-19 has brought significant changes to the way businesses operate. And as a principal analyst for global channels at Forrester, one of the most influential global research and advisory firms in the world, that's what the internet told us. Could you tell us about the role of social media channels to connect with partners, consumers, in order to you know, adapt the business in the
comment? There's a lot of difference in social media between a business to business brand versus a business to consumer brand, and somebody in the middle, business to consumer. So if you look at every industry, if you look at all world GDP, 75% of that goes through other people. So as a consumer, it's very rare that you actually buy something direct from the very smart, and the Burns are legendary on Twitter. Well, the fact of the matter is they have hundreds of thousands of franchises that are also on social media, and they have to balance all of that in the middle. But when you think of pure business to business brands, you know, Microsoft can't be so witty on the internet. And Microsoft has 355,000 partners around the world. And 96% of what Microsoft does is through others. So they're busy building communities. They're building, you know, social media communities, but there's there's 14 other ways that they're doing that, through events and through media and through associations and other things. So they've used social media, which they should be, as a toolkit. And they're also, have to humanize it. So who are the community members representing that brand, working with others, on average, maybe 5 other partners in front of a customer. And it's that, part of social media, that orchestration of social media and influence that, really gets interesting to me in my research.
Great, thank you, Jay. Gary, you've authored a book titled Social Media Rockstar for entrepreneurs and businesses. I haven't read the book, but what the internet says about it is very enlightening, and how practical and a must read that it is for all the social media marketing enthusiasts. So could you tell the audience about the actual need for small businesses to adapt social media marketing globally, and can they create a similar impact as larger corporations without the access to huge funds? Because how Jay rightly said, they're running 14 different things on the toolkit versus just one. So what would a SME, what could an SME do here?
Well, Jay said it really well. Humanizing a brand is to me really important. It creates a trust factor and all that stuff. For a small business, the fact that you can monitor your competition in so many different ways that you can compete with them. Knowing what the other guy's doing is half the battle. It always has been. With industry news that you get in a heartbeat on a trending topic, to I read a figure the other day that 80% of people who put items in a shopping cart abandon it. I mean, that's crazy. I do it myself, and that's why there's retargeting ads. When you get those really annoying ads that pop up when your management, like maintaining your. I had a restaurant who. I went down there to talk to the manager, and they didn't realize that their food sucked and their waiters were being belligerent to customers. They didn't read the Yelp and the other reviews, that were there. I mean, that's something very basic that a small business can manage real easily. Customer support, the whole customer experience, as Nate probably would agree, that it's easy to manage in a small business if you just have the tools.
It's easier for them to have eyeballs on the correct kind of review when you're a small business. Okay, again, doing my count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, covered everyone. Going back to Chuck. So, as an, adjunct faculty at the Georgetown University, you've designed, helped create, and, taught as a faculty the courses which are titled Disruptive Technology and Organization Change. Now, this has also been offered to, the graduate cybersecurity risk management program. And, the course is designed to provide fundamental knowledge. So my question to you is, when we talk about the risks that are associated with social media, data mining, the tools that are, integrated all the time, is there a way to minimize these risks? User, businesses?
Well, the risks are going to continue to grow just because the technology is tools, and usually there's a lag behind. For instance, what you're talking about in half a second, where it would take minutes or hours before just a few years ago. So the immediacy of getting information is going to be accelerated. Secondly, the analytical capabilities now with machine learning, particularly in later artificial intelligence, be able to know who, what, and where is doing what, and marketing companies are already doing this, companies are already using it too. So they're going to be able to pinpoint exactly what you're doing and why. And that's why, again, the privacy issues, and again, what Google and Apple are doing are really important at this point, because this information is so readily available now and so usable and shared in a monetary way among these groups and technologies and corporations. So, I think we're going to be in a situation where we have to prepare for the loss of our individuality. I mean, it's really we're becoming a data point, and I think that's going to continue to happen with the advent of technology. We have to learn how to manage it, learn to do what we need to do and follow the rules. And I think it'll be an opportunity too. I think going back to the last conversation, I think that social media really does level the playing field for a lot of voices that would never be heard, particularly small businesses that couldn't afford paying for publications or radio, TV ads, now have the ability to do thought leadership and get their brand out. So I think you're going to look now at a whole reorganization of how tactically we do business and how tactically we communicate. And it's going to be enabled by these many technologies that I just mentioned.
This sort of cybersecurity program is also embedded in the school, making the transition sort of quite easier. So happy to see the number of universities and countries that have taken over courses in cybersecurity, understanding what could be underlying as the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, Gary, you have an international reputation and accolades as agent of change for using social media. And at various times it popped up on the internet that social media initiatives that you've mentioned, including inbound marketing, community engagement, these can change the direction of one's businesses and how the consumer insights, analytics from a social media platforms could be used for efficient inbound marketing strategies. So I think for the listeners, what would be your sort of key takeaways on this?
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Payal, 20 minutes more for your wrap sessions because we have some audience who have asked questions too.
Sorry. Can you just run that really fast, the last question?
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that, as you being named agent of change with regards to social media, we wanted a few sort of key takeaways for the user, for the listeners here, in terms of how can consumer insights and analytics from social media platforms be used for an efficient inbound marketing strategy.
Well, if you know what the customer wants, I mean, social media tells you that. The analytics are clear on a number of platforms that with all of the situations that are available to you. I mean, brand awareness and engagement is done more so than me. I guess a lot of the stuff I use for to help my clients are more intuitive. I was helping Y.A.I do the 5G rollout last year, and it was more on a smaller scale, but the fact that I could reach anybody I wanted to is monumental.
Thank you, Gary. Rushing through now, making my questions really shorter. Dennis, how can we leverage social media analytics to gain the most out of your?
Well, I'll jump in there. I know Gary was taking a pause there, but I'll just build on top of what Gary said. I often use social media listening as a early warning system to let me know if a brand has a potential issue. However, what I thought was even more interesting about Gary's perspective was when we look at, let's say we're representing brand A, and so we look at brands B, C, D, E, and we look at their ratings and reviews, and we think, what are they doing well, and what are they not doing well? And where you see the overlap of doing wells and not doing wells across your competitive set using social media, it really informs you pretty articulately about what your customers may want in a category or how they should perform. So I think what is important there as a takeaway is listening to audiences, and not just your own audience, because your own audience can sometimes be an echo chamber and not the most accurate gauge of what the market wants or what people want. So when we look at reaching more people, being more inclusive, capturing more diversity in our approach to the market, social listening becomes paramount in the kickoff of any conversation online.
Yeah, agreed completely. Jay, so I would like to highlight a quote, channel to effective marketing used to be money, and today it is effective content and delivery, a really sort of startlingly true statement, an upper hand. So would like to, hear your views on using social media insights in order to curate some resonating content for marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great segue from the last question, because there are 8,000 companies today that have tool sets that allow you to listen into social in different ways. Well, given this new change in the last couple neutered. So we're going to see a big change in the MarTech and AdTech stacks, and the amount of data that they've hoovered up in the past to provide these listening and these analytics and these insights and things are evaporating quickly. So one of the predictions I made is that brands will have to use community managers and use their partners who are earning, this attention from customers and things like that, and share data with them in obviously a legal, regulatory, as well as a compliant way that understands these early moments. Because the tools themselves, social media platforms themselves, will not be providing the level of granularity across their user base and these individual customer profiles that we've been able to build out of social, will shortly be going away, as 96% of us have turned off that ability. So in the end, brands will have to use those around them to, who are generating great content. So back to that original comment, which was great, about content is king. If you write that great ebook, if you value that higher, because the money they've been spending in the last decade on the MarTech stack is going to come your way in terms of understanding those early buyer moments. So I think we're at the start of a real big decade of opportunity here through partnerships and community managers and other things. And it's going to elevate those who generate good content, who are doing good community marketing, and who are leveraging these several, social platforms to the most.
Thank you for giving us sort of faith in the fact that relatable content is the way forward, and not just anything and everything with regards to a brand that has paid the money to do it. Nate, coming to you. So as a Chief Experience Officer at Efficient Labs, could you tell us about the role social media platforms play in helping your employees understand the customer journey?
Oh, I love that you said your employees, because that has been one awesome and fascinating outcome of a lot of this. When we're out there being present on social media and fostering that sense of pride about who we are and what we're doing in our communities, it's our employees who really benefit from a lot of that. And they're like, wow, we're doing something special out here. And I get to be a part of this story. And they too are out there telling that story. And we've equipped them to be very intentional ambassadors for our organization. And if you look at, and I'm sure Jay has seen some of these statistics too, if you look at how much a social media post resonates from a brand handle versus an actual employee advocate, it's amazing how much farther the employee posts penetrate, especially when you look at like lead generation. It's phenomenal how much more often those will convert when it's coming from a person rather than a company brand handle. So we've really tried to embrace this. I'm thrilled about what Jay just said, because that is us. We are a small business fighting to penetrate into a space that is filled with noise. And it's like, how do we get our content out there? And we've been wrestling with this so much, and we are disadvantaged with a very limited budget. And as an organization, we're going to help you to tell that story. and we're going to create some really great content together. We actually take a team approach to our content creation and be able to leverage the momentum that one another is gaining with our customers and other things and form them into a great narrative. So that this is great news for us.
Now that's awesome, and great to hear it from someone like you who's being parting sort of comments, because they would want to, I think, take 10 minutes for some questions that have come up. So not taking much of your time here, but if the audience can have some parting comments as top 3 or 5 key takeaways, if they're emerging individual influencers, small businesses, marketing officers, digital media managers who are listening in to you guys today, what could be your top 3 takeaways for them? And I believe one person has dropped out amongst the 5. Okay, Gary, let's go with you.
Wow. Well, the trend is in the last couple of years has been going to micro influencers, and after Jay and Nate sort of commented that it's the employee centric way of getting the word out. I think that's because 86% of people trust the comments from friends and family. So if employees are there doing are looking for community in their social media is a big, huge step for me. And I'm just amazed, the Hoover effect, Jay. It's, man, I hadn't thought of it that way. I've updated all my Macs, and I haven't even ticked that thing off. But you're right. As soon as we're off this, that's what I'm gonna do, and it's a game changer for sure.
Thank you, Gary. Your key takeaways for the audience, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so social media is an incredibly powerful tool. And obviously it's changing, it's maturing. But as you compare it to other things you can do as a business, you can go and run events, you can go and use associations and distributors, and there's all different kinds of ways that you can go to market. Social media is unique. And as we talked about, it's not just the big 3. We're seeing some really interesting things happening on Clubhouse. We're seeing interesting things happening on Discord. There is some very vibrant things happening and scary things to many brands happening on Reddit. And on and on and on. You mentioned TikTok, and you mentioned there are a lot of different types of social media, and now Piktale and others that all come at it from different angles. And you've got to have a really good understanding and a mature understanding of what all these platforms serve, the audience that's there, and obviously the best way to serve within each of these platforms, because it's not the same. You can't cut and paste the same post across 12 different platforms. You've got to engage differently. And like we've said, whether it's humans or community managers, employees, you've got to have that personal approach that feeds each of these channels, because they are very, very important.
No, absolutely. And, it was good you brought up Clubhouse. I thought it was quite cheeky and wise to be able to say that you need an invite to join a particular social media platform. So, yeah. Okay, Nate, your parting comments, please.
It was cheeky indeed. That little bit of exclusivity was phenomenal in terms of the trajectory of their growth. And we have been using Clubhouse as a brand, and it's been interesting for sure. Okay, so I've written 3. So number 1, mission-driven CX. And Dennis will laugh because I've been a huge evangelist for this for a while. But I mean, it's this idea of if you don't know who you are as an organization and you're not taking a stand out there for something different and something a little bit bold, then you got nothing to tell. I mean, you're not doing anything. If you are not relatable as a person, as a business, then you have no ability to reach out there and collect people towards you. You haven't lit the beacon yet. You need to light the beacon of being bold and being mission driven in a particular area to attract your audience, your tribe to you. Number 2, in my mind, is you're not the hero of this story. And this has been something where there's been some coaching inside of our organization around this, where people just want to talk about how amazing they are and just celebrate all the accomplishments of the business and just continually pump out, we're so smart and we're so good. And there's a time for that, there's a time for that message in a certain way, right? But generally, that's not what we want to communicate. We want to be celebrating the things that other people are doing and edifying other people, and especially our customers. And Donald Miller's story brand is brilliant at this, about thinking about how you are not the hero of the story, you are the guide. And the customer is defining what success looks like. You're just guiding them there. So your social media presence should be celebrating, hey, this customer had this issue. We were able to guide them towards their definition of success. And now their life's a little better. It's a little different. And we just love doing that. We love helping others. We love being that guide. 3, and another one, Dennis might laugh a little bit, but it does all come back to experiences. And I like to say that life is made up of experiences. Maybe this is my bias as a CX professional and as somebody that loves employee experience. But this is you creating something compelling and something special through experience design, where you actually have something to go do on social media. It starts there. You could be the best social media manager in the world, but if the company isn't creating great experiences, then you're going to have to be making stuff up and pulling threads that don't really create a nice tapestry. Enter into an organization that's doing something really good and really special, and that way you can simply amplify the great stories that are already there.
No, absolutely. And, sort of adding on to what you said, the whole move of moving Coke away and replacing it with water at a press conference, not taking any names. It was amazing to see how every company, I mean, be it the smallest sort of meat manufacturing or, an industry which isn't even related to football, had put up memes and that went viral, and I thought, I didn't know that, there was many people in conventional businesses would believe in creating a meme like that, and it went absolutely viral. So yeah, Dennis, apologies, I put you last up, but yes, your key takeaways, please.
First of all, everyone else's points were fantastic. Taking it to that next level, I would say for your audience that let's keep in context. So we've talked about great experiences, Nate. I think we've talked about the future, Jay. Gary, I thought you had some good points. However, let's all keep in mind that every one of these situations are contextually driven by algorithms. So despite our best efforts to be relevant or creative or engaging, we have to deal with the algorithms. And the thing that makes the algorithms work together is all of the people who are doing all these things to recraft their messages to jump from one platform to another. I don't think that algorithms by themselves are inherently designed to promote viral content anymore. However, we as content creators have the ability to jump over these algorithms, connect them together with a true statement or story that's important to a wider conversation. So it's still about us making the right content. I think cadence and frequency of content is important, and being consistent in your message is ultimately what wins out in the long tail. That's my advice.
Thank you, Dennis. And Chuck, once again, apologies, but it is not my doing. The panel is exceptionally large. I mean, like when I saw the picture of 5 people on a panel, and I'm like, oh my good Lord. So yes, Chuck, please give us your parting comments.
Sure. First, I want to echo the rest of the panel's great insights, great points. I think I look at this in a macro sense now with social media. I think it's changed the business paradigm. What used to be separate silos of business development, marketing, and sales now are conjoined. And if you look at social media, it's really the glue that's bringing them all together. And I think if you look at all those points brought up by the co-panelists of the tactics, what to do, and how it's creativity and all these aspects, and now it can be shared across those 3 elements of a business model. And so I think that's really where social media is going to impact us the most in the future.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you very much. I am now going to ditch my part in comments to bring Jyoti here because I think there are they've received sort of tons of questions. But
yes,
before I leave, it was an absolutely stellar panel and an honor to be here and meet all you gentlemen.
Payal, sorry to interrupt you. Please go with your thoughts. We can give you that extra few seconds. Please go ahead.
That's all right. I'm just going to say, I'm going to make it quick and say that, you know, that the audience, you know, have they actually deserve to get longer answers from, you know, the panelists versus me giving my part in comments. So yes, but very happy to be here today. And I'm sure, you know, our paths will cross in the future, and looking forward to, you know, connecting with all of you on LinkedIn and otherwise. Stay safe, everyone, and thank you.
Payal, thank you so much for the wonderful. So I start off with the first question with you itself. I think there's someone who wants you to answer this. Yes, Payal. Brands and businesses have become more responsible and accountable to the users directly due to the immense power and pressure of social media. Can you please put an insight on the same? I repeat the question. Brands and businesses have become more responsible and accountable to the user directly due to the immense power and pressure of social media. Can you please put an insight on the same, Payal?
Yeah, so thank you, Jyoti. And I'm sort of, you know, going to loop in bits and bobs of what, you know, our panelists here have said from, you know, responsibility in terms of priority aspect here. I would say that the reason why, and I would talk about our brand here, Robotics India, that we feel it's you know, not only a sense of urgency, but we feel it's our responsibility that if and the reason I'm taking our example here is because this is what we sort of directed and channelized our you know, entire work towards, is that as a social media influencer, as a blogger, as a company, as an individual, people want to hear your story. So if at Robotics India, we have educated 20,000 children, underprivileged children, who don't have electricity, who don't need to put it out there on social media for everyone to see what these children are doing, how they've used absolutely limited facilities and created a robot, how have they programmed the robot, and how they have used AI into robotics and creating some amazing project on energy conservation or cleaning the beach and segregating the dry waste of the you know, wet, dire sort of need in India at the moment. And that's a story we would want to tell, because that's a story that people would want to hear worldwide and see amazing with very little facilities. If this is what the underprivileged children can achieve, not only is it inspiring and motivating to everyone else, but I think everyone then comes together as a community to join forces and make this 20,000 to a 2 million underprivileged children that need education and future skills, because that's the prime sort of sense of bridging the gap between education to employability. So yeah, that's my.
Thank you so much. And that was really an insight. Now, the next question is for Chuck Brooks. We have one which says, can you please put an insight on career opportunities in digital marketing? Oh, wow. I'm sure this is one of the students out there who wants to know a little more.
Okay, well, that's a broad area of many opportunities. Anything to do with architecting, coding, and building platforms, websites, applications. Unlimited in potential. Recommend that anyone who's a student out there or is interested in that, you know, learn online or take courses, and you can develop a lot of opportunities for architecting. You know, the technology is a tool, and it implements ideas, and so I think the opportunities are great for anyone that goes in those career paths.
Thank you, really appreciate that. So the next question we have here is for Gary. Okay, Gary, how would you suggest small businesses to grow using social media? Oh, this question. Okay, it's a repeated question. So, but again, we would like to have an insight from your end, Gary.
Well, it's a simple answer, and you know, it's been discussed. You have to be genuine, and a small company can tell a story as long as it's a genuine story, and people see through it. The idea of customer service, and Nate's probably better at this than I am, but you know, if you have a bad experience, you get 10 people online telling the world about it. But if you do a great job, nobody says a word. So I mean, it comes down to me the fact that we're trying to build a community, and as the world gets larger in terms of adoption of social media, it's getting smaller. You know, head around because I'm.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think in a nutshell, you have actually given them the insight on how it works. So the next question we have here is for Dennis. Dennis, there are a lot of questions for you, Gary, but I'm just going to skip all that and give a chance to Dennis. Okay, yes, this is for Dennis. But do you consider brand building on social media to have a short-term or a very long-term effect? Okay, so I repeat the question. Do you consider brand building on social media to have a short-term or a very long-term effect? Dennis, over to you.
Well, thank you for that. It's here to stay. Full investment by brands, and those who are authentic, meaningful, have a purpose-driven mission that supports more than just their audiences will be those brands will be most successful. So I think it's a long-term investment, and I hope that all people using social media going forward are socially and ethically responsible. That's my 2 cents.
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you so much. So we have here a question for Nate. Nate, oh, so many. Okay, Nate, I'm going to pick up one. Okay, Inky, Mickey, Pinky, Ponky, and I'm just going to pick up one. Okay, there's so many because we're running short of time. Otherwise, I would have loved to have asked all. Sorry, viewers, you have a lot of questions here, but the time is running short. Please park it with us. We would write to them individually, and they could reply back, and we could share it back with you. So
Indeed.
with that, yes, thank you so much. And with that, we will move to your question, Nate, which says, how important is the customer experience for the image and growth of businesses?
Customer experience is absolutely where the perspective comes from. I mean, if you look at the definition of CX, it is the feelings and perceptions that people have towards a business. And that includes your employees, that includes your customers. These are feelings and perceptions that are being generated. So it's the experiences that are ultimately going to form those perceptions and those feelings that you have. And social media, as Chuck and Gary was mentioning, it gives us an opportunity to vocalize those feelings and perceptions because we love to share them. We're very social creatures in this way of when we have a great experience, or sadly, when we have a really negative one, we feel like it's our duty, it's our obligation to inform our fellow human citizens, hey, be aware of this. Look out for this experience. This is not one that you want your family to partake in. We had a really bad thing happen here. Or this was phenomenal. It blew us away. And I would love for everybody else to have the same experience that I had. So, I mean, you have to create something really special to earn the right to get people talking about it.
Yeah, true. I totally agree. Make your own brand, create your own brand and start from there. Okay, so we've come to the last question here. So what I did is I just picked up one for each of the speakers and panelists here so that everyone gets a chance to answer. So we have one. Oh my God, this question is like a long question, Jay, so bear with me. We have been seeing in past and recently that even small gestures by influencers and celebrities against it can cost the brand a fortune. In your view, is it a short-term effect or going the long way? So in general, they're recapping the question. It says that influencers' opinion, and especially if it's a celebrity, crosses a brand a lot of fortune. So is that effect going to be short-term or long-term? Over to you, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we all get caught up on celebrity endorsers and what Kim Kardashian did last, and you know which sports star is representing what brand and things like that. And that's one element of social strategy, and companies, end up choosing that depending on their brand. I go back to, the experience, which isn't the celebrity influencer. Once Kim Kardashian finishes that Instagram ad for $1 million for your particular product, I'm not thinking the next week she's thinking a lot about your product or engaging your customers at that same way. So, you think of a celebrity endorser the same way you'd spend $5 million on a Super Bowl ad, if you're in the United States. And it's obviously high visibility. It is a punch, but you're thinking long-term customer. And the way I would answer, the last question is, there's a partner experience, PX piece of this as well, that is very important. Again, 75% of all world trade goes through others. It's your retailers, your resellers, it's your franchisees, your brokers, your agents, your dealers. The last time you bought a car was from a dealer, not from the manufacturer. The last time you bought a TV was from a retailer. The last time you bought your partners in social media and working together, you're missing a key element as a brand.
For you, along with what I said. That's a very nicely put, Jay. Thank you so much. I think that we've come to end. There are so many questions. Okay, so I just go close this event now. Thank you so much, and really an immense pleasure. Amazing, what energies! I think it was good for me. It's all about 6:30 in the evening, which is 18:31. But still, and we have been on from 9 o'clock nonstop, and still it is energetic. Thanks to you guys to keep it and not putting us to sleep. Thank you so much. And this is really good session. Personally, would like to thank Payal Rajpal for handling this session amazingly with the right questions and for the right people. And then you had Chuck Brooks adding on to the value, Dennis, Nate Brown, Gary Bizzo, and Jay. Thank you so much. And I saw some message there. They all want to work with you. Interesting. Wow. Thank you so much. That's really nice. And I really don't have the time to see the comments, all of them. Whatever little I see, I said, wow, that's nice. I see, okay, that was from Gary. Hey, I want to work with this. I think this was an amazing. Thank you for keeping entertaining as well as informative, and really kept the interest going on. That is what was amazing. Thank you, guys. With this, I would like to move out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think the next we have is an awards session. Late, we had about approximately 100 awards that were shortlisted with a grade. I think the funnel was much higher. By the time you push the funnel that you have done, earned, well deserved is what I would put. So we have, who do we have in the first session? We have Mr. Adrian Spinsko. Congratulations on being recognized as one of the influencers. Adrian, are you there? Would you like to share a few words to the Piktale family? I think we could move to the next one. On being a part of the world. Alex, are you there? To the next one, please. Andy Fitzy, congratulations, and to be making it to the part of the influencers to the award. Andy, are you logged in? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? Pick a award. Next one, please. Mr. Arjit Basu, congratulations on your award. Congratulations once again. If you've logged in, please do add a couple of words to the Piktale family and your kind of, I'm not getting the right word now, for your feelings exactly on this award and the recipient of this award.
Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. I'm honored and humbled to be associated with so many notable personalities around the globe. Thank you, Piktale, for this award and recognition. It is truly a great moment for me. I wish all the success to the Piktale team. Thank you so much yet again.
Once again, congratulations and thank you for your kind words.
Thank you so much.
Next one we have is Ben. Ben, congratulations on the award. Well done, well deserved. Ben, are you around? Would you, can you unmute and say a few words? Bill Genovesi. Bill, if you're around, we would like to have a few words from you.
Thank you so much for having me. Honored and humbled to be here with everybody, all of these great influencers, and thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Appreciate your contribution here.
Thank you.
Mr. Dilpreet Singh. Congratulations and thank you for adding the complete influencer for the industry. Thank you so much. If you're around, would you like to unmute and say a few words to our viewers? Okay, we move to the next one, please. Dr. Asif Iqbal, congratulations on being on the panel of if you're around, could you add a few words for us, please? Dr. Daksh Agarwal, congratulations for making on the influencers and amazing work. Thank you for your contribution. Over to you, Dr. Daksh. If you're around, would you could you add a few words for the Piktale family?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for this award. It is definitely a humbling experience and an honor. I would like to wish all the best to the Piktale family. Thank you.
Congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers Award from the Piktale Summit. Gordon, if you're around, would you like to add a few words to the family, please? Okay, to the next one, please. Kate O'Neill, good. Congratulations and happy to be with you on this panel. Kate, are you around? Would you like to say a few words? Laura Patterson, thank you so much and congratulations for your contribution.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
I saw your comments. I know that you were there, so can you add a few words there, please?
First of all, just thank you for doing this program. I'm really grateful to have been selected to receive this recognition from Piktale. Thank you. It means a lot to be able to be with people this morning and to be among this really prestigious group. I'm really honored that our work was recognized in that Vision Edge marketing. And I hope that we'll see this community grow. And I hope that all of you that are celebrating Father's Day have a wonderful Father's Day. Thanks for including me.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. And thank you for the wishes of Father's Day. To the next one, Mr. Mahabir Sharma. Congratulations for your contribution and being the co-founder of Piktale. You have added a lot of value. Mr. Sharma, could you add a few words if you're there? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? Mr. Max Caffrier, congratulations. And it's great to be on the part of the influencer thing. if you're around, would you like to add a few words? I think let's move to the next one. Mr. Matthew Rizzi, congratulations on recipient of the Influencers Award. Mr. Matthew, if you're around, please add a few words to the Piktale family.
Yes, I'm around, guys. Thank you very much. You don't choose to be an influencer, and and this is not what you think about when you do your job. So I simply try to, be as insightful as I can in my domain. And at the same time, as Laura was saying before, I appreciate enormously your work. I know it's been like a long day for you, and it's thanks to people like you that care about putting these names together, names that are maybe not like the Barack Obama or the Al Gore of the industry of names that everyone sort of recognized, but it's still like hardworking people that try to be as insightful as possible in their own business. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. They were the most kind words we've heard. Thank you so much. And a happy Father's Day to you. Next
Thank you.
Welcome. Nate Brown, congratulations.
Hey,
well deserved. And so a lot of people want to work with you. So I think you've been an influencer by default. So I think this is well earned. So congratulations once again on recipient of this. Please add a few words to us and to the viewers there.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I mean, it's a huge honor. I'm definitely humbled. I definitely don't feel like I'm deserving of these type of recognitions, and this one from Piktale is just such a cherry on top for a cool Father's Day, and it's just most kind. I think you all are doing an amazing job over there, and Matteo nailed it in terms of the approach that you're taking, just fostering the influencers, the people that are out there working hard just to do great work and create these great experiences, and maybe aren't recognized as much as they should be. I think you all are fostering that generation of content creators, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Dave, with you. Now, Catamiel. Congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers. Neil, if you're logged in, would you like to add a few words? Congratulations. If you're around, please do join us and give your comments on. Hyken, congratulations on recipient of the award. Well deserved, well earned. Please join us. Join and add a few words.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Jyoti.
My pleasure. This is a real nice surprise.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Piktale family, for the bestowing me with an award for the recognizing my work. I am really honored to receive the much coveted award, and I express my gratitude to the complete team for the on-screen and behind the screen hard work to put together a fantastic event. Kudos to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Your words have really made us all the work worthwhile. I'm sure Ashutosh and the team are really happy to hear this out. Thank you, Rajesh.
Thanks. Thank you, Jyoti. Bye-bye. Yeah.
That comes to the end of the awards for the thing. I think we have another batch, but it's time for the next session. Quickly moving on to the next session. There are some of you people have come in and joined in late because of time difference and other things. So all I would say is there are certain details which are available right now. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, the Vice President at SAP, and who was also one of the panel discussions in the morning, has been magnificent enough to offer his book, Making Money Out of Data. The Art and Science of Analytics for a free download. So each one, whoever wants to, of course, it's available on the LinkedIn on our pages, but I'll still read out the thing. You just need to put it on /free_MM, or if anyone wants more, we have also posted it on our chat boxes to everyone. Please look at that. If you need, you can ping me. I can send it to you again. So looking forward.
It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values space they allow and for everyone. Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also